What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream, doing more work on the best game ever, Project Feline. Well, it's not the best game ever yet, but a day at a time, we will get there. I'm pretty confident we will. Now, I'm gonna feel out a little bit of a new fun routine to do before I start off things. I'm just opening everything up at the moment. I don't know if he'll be here in Twitch chat, probably any second now. He was asking me for song recommendations, and I do listen to a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, I can't broadcast all of that music through my stream, because I don't own the rights to this music. So I have my copyright-free playlist that I'm playing in the background in these streams, which people also seem to like, and I keep getting asked to like give playlists for it, but unfortunately, because it's not on, the music is not on Spotify or anything, so I don't have like an actual playlist for the stream music, but I can link you the music I am listening to personally. And today, my song of choice, or I should say my album of choice, it's a whole album because it all sounds cool. I'm gonna recommend you guys an album that's sick. It is Mixed Signals from Frederick Robinson. He's pretty cool. No relation to Porter Robinson. I'm just getting the link. It's pretty cool stuff. I recommend it. And yeah, and again, thanks everyone for like showing up to these. I appreciate it. If you have learned something cool from these streams, something mind-blowing, consider supporting it, becoming a member or Patreon or YouTube member, I think. I got YouTube members and Twitch subs both enabled right now, and that'll get you access to the Discord, the members area where I actually talk and share stuff. So I've been working on devlog 39 in the background there for those people, if you want to check that out. And then on stream today, I'm going to be doing more on Gabi. So I'm just opening up the editor. And I've noticed, well, so we're working on the jump. And we made some progress on the jump and the run yesterday. So I've like modified the run animation a bit. And this movement, this jump in motion thing. And I want to work on this jump today because to get a satisfying land pose, we were getting reference from the Olympics for how Olympic long jumpers jump. And we have this landing pose, not this one, but that one there, right before she hits the ground. Is it gonna play? Yeah, that pose. So we got like that sort of pose that I reckon looks pretty cool. I really like how it looks with the slide. Like when I do this flip move and then she sort of tucks in like that, like a bullet. I think that looks cool. The only thing is that the rest of the moving jump animation doesn't really match it very well. So I want to change it to look more like an Olympic long jumper, because these poses, they just don't really match with it very well, I don't think. Unfortunately though, because I have like reference on my other screen, but yesterday's stream VOD got claimed by the Olympics because we were watching footage of the Olympics. So I'm not going to be able, I don't think I'll be able to show you any reference today. I'm just going to have to look at it on my other screen, or else monetization gone, if you know what I'm saying. So I've just got some footage open here on my other screen of some long jumpers that I'll have to you'll just have to imagine what it is I'm looking at here, because I do not want to get claimed again, especially by the Olympics. They're a big company. They have lots of money, so I don't want to get in their sights. So I'm just scrubbing through, because there was the women's long jump, which we were looking at as well, that had a clip in it that I thought was pretty cool. And then there's the men's long jump. I don't think the women's one was from the Olympics, though. It's some other thing. World Athletics. So I'm just looking at her. I really wish I could show you, because this looks so cool, but I don't want to get claimed. And I'm gonna just, okay, so I'm gonna compare, there's the women's one, which I found that I think's cool, and then I'm gonna look at the guys one real quick. So it's this sort of, the jump movement that they have is sort of like flailing arms. And I'm looking at I'm trying to describe to you what I'm looking at. It's gonna be hard, but this is the way we gotta do it, you know? But I'm looking at the guy's jump, and he lands, he maintains his form more as he's landing, whereas the woman I'm looking at, she kind of falls apart at the end. Like she gets into that dive pose that we had, but then she sort of like doesn't quite make the landing that well. But her pose is a bit easier to follow with the It's actually crazy. Like one of her legs, I'm just looking at her in the jump and she's like jumping like this. And one of her legs is staying like in the exact same part of the frame for like 4 frames. And it's actually kind of uncanny. Her foot stays perfectly still. It's crazy. So that might be something that might be easy then to use. Whereas the guy's jump flailing arms is way more dynamic. So I might do the woman's one. It looks easier. I can kind of see better what's going on with it. Let me just minimize all these. I gotta go through and clean up these groups at some point, but I want to do that after I'm sure that I don't need all of them. And I've just got the doodles on the still here from yesterday, the annotations. I should probably get rid of those. Can I get rid of those? I can. There we go. So we need a, I think it's the jump ascend moving, which I don't think I have. So I have to make a new clip. Oh, I do have one. Oh, it's this. Okay, well this will be another variant. And I have to turn auto key on, and then I have to make sure that this FK handle is also keyed properly. So that's the IK to FK slider for the hands, and there's ones for the legs too in here. There we go. So I don't know if I want to do I want to do IK or FK for this? It might be easier to do FK for that arms, I think. So for the feet, I'm going to leave those alone. Or will I? Oh no, those have to be at 0. Pretty sure. But why are the hands up like that? Huh. Hold on. Oh, that's better. Oh, it was in this weird pose. I don't know what that was about. Alright, well that's keyed now. So if I zoom in now, oh, okay, the legs IKs are... I need to turn those on. No, but they're on IK right now. Why is it not... Oh, why is the body not following it? Uh-oh. Oh no. What's happened? Oh, it's still... Why is it still in... No, I told you to go. I told you FK. I didn't say IK. I mean, sorry, the other way around. What if I change the slider again? Okay, for whatever reason, the IK switches are just not working. Huh. Well, I haven't had this problem before. I'll go replace keyframe, see what happens. That is odd. Hold on, let me reopen it. That is a new problem. I didn't have that yesterday. Alright. So if I new action, jump, ascend, moving, O2. Will it work now? Nope. Huh. Well, this is new. What on earth? Getting issues right out of the gate this time. And this, oh, I'm trying to think. What could this possibly be? Because I know it's this slider. I know it's this one. What on earth? It's like it's not doing it. It's meant to start following this handle. Did I break the rig yesterday? No, I did, because it was working when I logged off. When I shut off, it was working, and I haven't touched it. What in the world? What is going on? Because yeah, the FKs still work. The IKs are just completely busted. And it doesn't... What? Huh. Well, let me try something. This is a new problem. Am I gonna have to rebuild the rig again? Okay, no. Huh. Let's reopen again. Thanks so much, Tara, for the 20. Money is life and life is good. Indeed. You've just given me 20 lives. So that's... Hopefully that'll be enough to fix this skeleton. What is... I just don't... I can't comprehend what's happening here. Yeah, Mongo, you were right. The rig is never finished. Yeah. I feel silly for saying that now. Literally, like, it's in its default state right now. Let's turn it all on. And I'm pretty sure this is all set, because I always leave it to like its default settings every time I close it. See, even without animation data in it, it's just not doing it for whatever reason. Well, yeah, because I can't really do anything until I fix this. I want to just get into the jump run, but I literally can't do it if this isn't working. Because if I have to go and regenerate this all again, then it's gonna be no point in trying to animate anything. God damn. So I could move the FKs to where the IK is, and I could move the IK to where the FK is. Like, those work. I think. Yeah, those work, but this isn't working. The main part of it isn't working. Oh, I knew something like this would happen. I said, remember yesterday, the day before, and the week before that, and the week before that, I said there's going to be some issue with this switch at some point. And I was right. I'm always right about this. I always know there's going to be some problem with this. I just didn't think it would hit quite like this. I thought we'd have the problem a lot earlier. But yeah, this is why I don't like switching between these. I was getting comfortable with it, but I knew that there'd be some price to pay. There'd be some consequence, and this is it now, where it just stops working. I'm just trying to get, like... Okay. We might have to regenerate it. Because Rigify is meant to set that up. And I don't know, I haven't read through the Rigify source code, so I don't know the inner workings of how it configures all of that. And if I try to do something to it, I know it's gonna not end well. So I'm gonna try and just regenerate again from the meta rig. And I just gotta remember if there's any extra steps to that. So if I go regenerate, because I know I have to reparent some of the IK bones, and I got it. Oh, because the proxy rig's gonna break as well. Maybe it might not. I mean, it's already kind of broken. But if I regenerate this, is it gonna completely unlink the proxy rig I've made? Because I've had to do some workarounds to get this to work in Unreal. and regenerating it might fix the IKs, but it might break the workaround I've made to get it to work with Unreal. So that's something I've got to be careful of. Just turn down my volume here. Huh. Well, yeah, just give it, let it cook. Let's see what it does. But yeah, this is not good. Because if this doesn't work, then we can't animate. What animation are we working on? Well, we can't work on an animation right now. I want to work on her moving jump, but the rig is breaking. Yeah, it was working yesterday, I know. Literally, like, less than 24 hours ago, it was working. And I didn't change anything, because I've been editing. Since, like, I got off stream, I've been editing. I haven't even touched Blender. Well, I have touched Blender, but it was I had a different document open. I was looking at another character rig. I didn't touch Gabi at all. So it's exactly as I left it. Unless we broke it during the stream, in which point I don't even know where to begin retracing those steps. This isn't Unreal, so restarting Unreal wouldn't do anything. Oh, thanks, Sakamori. Oh, it's, what is that? Your recommendation for it just shows 3 asterisks. Is that like a song name? Yeah, you're welcome. Frederick, I don't know, he's a bit of a niche. How many monthly listeners does this dude have? I really like him, but I don't think, yeah, he's like he's not mainstream, okay? He's not like Taylor Swift. I know everyone's sort of into, I remember we were having a debate a few weeks ago on like what famous was, and everyone kept saying Taylor Swift. So this is nowhere near Taylor Swift, but this is like, I think it's good. I think it's underrated. Criminally underrated. But, you know, it's not criminally underrated. Rigify. Oh, it's taking its time. This usually doesn't take this long to regenerate it. I wonder what it's doing. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like it's doing something wrong. It shouldn't take this long. It should take like a minute maximum, and it's been over a minute. Yeah, I got a bad feeling. It's taking so long. Like, what is the deal? Because I see the little, I've got the little loading bar here. It feels like it's been like 2 minutes and it's still going. What is, okay, this might be serious. If it's taking this long to regenerate it, I must have done something very wrong. But I have no clue what. Hello, Rigify? Wake up! Wake up! Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about today's stream, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I have a bad feeling. Clearly this means you should update to the new Blender. No. No, that'll be... Oh my god. Yeah, everyone's probably just gonna tell me to switch to Blender 4. And it's like, I don't know. If it doesn't even work here, it's not gonna work if I update Blender. What is going on? Is this... Oh no. Oh no. Can this could have crashed at any point. Why did it have to crash on stream? Can you not? Man, it's one of those days because, you know, I don't like working with people, but I also don't like working with software. So if I could just, I don't know, if I could just have the Blender executable in my brain and just have it go exactly as I imagine it, that's what I'd want. But I have to put up with this. if I touch it, it's gonna, I know if I touch it, it's gonna freeze. So I'm just gonna let it go. But oh man, this is a bad start. This is an awful start. Something, like what on earth is it doing that's taking it this many? I think it actually might be stuck. It doesn't usually get this stuck. Usually it takes like a minute to generate it, but it's been like 4 minutes now, I want to say. And if it's taken this long, like, I don't know, man. I don't want to be sitting here for half an hour while it redoes this. I just wonder what, like, it must mean that with the Rigify one that's there now, something must have unlinked or broken to have it not work with those IK handles. And it's just, I don't know if it's trying to rebuild those or something, I don't know. But even generating a new rig from scratch doesn't take this long either. Oh god. Because I don't want to interrupt it, because with Rigify specifically, it will white screen like this and then it just works. But that's supposed to happen about now, and it isn't. Okay, well if I reopen it, is it still broken? It probably will be. Yeah. It's just, what on earth is, like, I don't understand why it's just suddenly, like, it's like the file is awake when I'm asleep and it's changing itself. I'm trying to see if there's any options in here. Okay, let's do a regen. Let's try this time and see what happens. I'm just trying to remember the steps, because I think all I have to do is reparent the IKs to the center of mass bone, and I think that's all I have to do after it generates it new. And then I have to might have to relink the proxy rig, but I shouldn't have to, because I don't think it physically remakes the bones. I think it just, if you're regenerating it, I think what it does is that it will make new bones if there are new bones on the meta rig, but I don't think it, is it going? Okay, it is going. It'll, because I don't think it recreates the bones, because the animations all still work on them. So I think what happens is, it like moves the bones and changes the properties of the existing bones and adds new ones if applicable. So the proxy rig should still stay linked to the corresponding bones in the deform layer of the Rigify rig, because I haven't changed the meta rig at all, so it should keep those bones and it should keep that linked. There's a chance it won't, but I feel confident it should, because it'd be stupid to have it work the other way. But it's just a matter of, will it actually generate? Because I don't know why. Okay, let's Google time. Why does Rigify freeze? Because usually it freezes and it like snaps out of it, but it's not snapping out of it. Such r/blender help. Rigify crashes blender. Oh, yeah, that's so helpful. Oh my goodness. Even Reddit is getting like worse. I remember everyone used to tell me to just type in Reddit when you're searching things up, but this is literally the most nothing burger. Yeah, it's not helpful. Blenderify rig not visible. Has anyone had this problem? Blender Rigify freezing. There's all these ones for Blender freezing, but I want Rigify specifically freezing. It's like this one video. What does this dude say? It looks, oh, he's got the UV editor open. But it's like how to unfreeze Blender. Oh, he's got like the command prompt open or something. I don't know, that doesn't seem like the right way. I feel like the right thing to do is to just let it cook, but it's just, I'm a little worried with how long it's taking. But yeah, this video does not seem that helpful. Huh. Should give Blender some ginger ale? Sure. Did you just join into Blender crashing? You did. The thing is, I don't know if my backup from yesterday is before or after this stopped working. Because I did make a backup, but I don't know if, I didn't check if it had this problem. Because I don't know when this problem started. I don't know if it was during the stream, because if it was, then I'm screwed. But if it was after the stream, for whatever reason, then I might be safe. You know what, let's try and open the backup while this is going. I'm just gonna leave that in the background and see what it does. Let's look at if I have any progress from yesterday I can back up to that won't lose me any work. Just looking at the times. I think I want this one. So that's still going. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's... Okay, it's work. Okay, this one's working. We'll just, okay, we'll say goodbye to... Bye-bye. We'll say goodbye to that version and overwrite this. With, yesterday. I don't think I would have lost anything, except problems. Alright, well let's hope nothing else breaks. So I will first set everything to IK mode and save it again to make sure it's all in the default setting I want. So I'll save that. And what should happen is if I... Okay, that's working. Oh. That's not working. Let's just restore and look at that and look, do that again. I must have missed something. Oh. No, it's not that button. There's just so many options, so I kind of lose track of where it is. Okay, so it's this one. So let me just check if there's any others. Okay, that looks good. Alright. Is there any other problems? I think we're okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. So something must have happened in between yesterday's stream, because I opened this file, I think by accident, but I didn't do anything. I didn't save anything. So something must have happened in between then and that for that to break. So hopefully that doesn't happen again, whatever it was. But now we can hopefully start animating finally. So let me get I gotta get everything keyed for this new clip. And then we have to key those sliders now that they work. So we're gonna go insert keyframe, because I want the hands on FK, but the legs on IK. So now if I go to just key those. All right. So now with auto key on, I should be able to start posing this, but let me turn off all the extras. Okay. Now we can start cooking. Alright. So let's get this first pose queued up. So this is like a running jump. I have a good feeling about this pose choice, like this type of jump. I think it's gonna look cool, but we have to actually, yeah, we gotta make it sure it does look cool through its movement. So, oh, what? Oh yeah, these are on, I gotta turn off the FK and IK layers just for the hands, there we go, because I want the hands to act different. So I can pose these a bit easier. Like so. Actually, I'll do X mirror for this. There we go. So, I guess that's in working order now. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Blender's, it's doing whatever it wants. Why, yes, how is your day? I hope it's better than mine. So I just gotta get, like, the hand movement there. And it looks like they keep the back pretty straight. I wish I could show you this reference, but I'm gonna get a strike if I do, as I learned yesterday. So we can't look at reference on stream anymore. Too risky. I didn't know because I think it was an automatic thing, so I didn't know Content ID worked on video. I thought it was only audio. So, and I just cannot be bothered to fight whatever, whether it was fair use or whatever on it. Like, it's just not worth it. It's just a waste of time. So I'm just going to avoid showing footage on the stream now. And, well, hopefully you'll understand what I'm trying to do still, just with Gabi's movements. But I'm looking at some Olympics women's long jump. That's what I've got on the other screen. Is my GPU plugged in? What do you think? You think I could render this without a GPU? If I, well, if I didn't have it, because I don't have a onboard graphic, so if I didn't have my GPU plugged in, I literally wouldn't be able to see through my monitors. Must have been, yeah, I think it was. I think it's like every single clip I had, Sakamori, of the Olympics, it was like marking as infringing. But I don't know, because that's the first time that's happened, but who knows, maybe one day, maybe Lazy Town Incorporated might come after me as well, so I've got to be careful. Who knows, they might change their mind one day and go, you know what, studying? Nah, that's a copyright infringement, my fellow. And I mean, yeah, I can't be bothered to fight that battle. Got better things to do. One thing that's always difficult is whenever I see these people move, the movement just looks more expressive on the reference half the time, even if the pose is like the same. It's something I'm trying to sort of figure out. So I'm gonna go, like, I'm going a little off reference here, tilting the body, but I have to sort of exaggerate it on Gabi to like look convincing. Has to have the appeal factor. And I gotta remember the shoulders twist a certain way. And again, because it's being filmed from like the top, so I really can't tell from the front or the back what's going on, so I just have to guess with a lot of these. And that arm looks like it's coming out a bit. Needs to come out more this way. That's better. This is coming too far forward, I think. Yeah, like this. So the hands, I'm not going to bother with the hands yet. But that back arm is fascinating because this is going to get really straight in the next keyframe. So I'm going to skip ahead a bit. So I think let me just pick the right one. Frame 4, that's right. Oh! What happened there? The arms just teleported. Oh, please let this not be some weird problem. Another weird problem. What happened? Oh. Okay, maybe I have to replace those keys. Okay, now it's staying in place. Alright, that was weird. But on this one, so this arm then comes down, so this is sort of like a running jump type thing. But it looks like this comes a bit lower. Are you recommending Game Wave by Floor Barber? I don't know that one. It sounds like, from the title, it sounds like Vaporwave, and the album art is Vaporwave. Oh yeah, this sounds very computerish. Cool. Interesting. Early Halloween special with a cursed stream? I mean, I suppose it is. Do I have a favorite wrestler? No, not really. I'm not really, like, I know we're doing sort of sports reference for Gabi, but I really don't like sports. I'm gonna, it's yet another contradiction. I'm doing like a very athletic character, but I really don't care about athletics in real life. So I don't know any wrestlers or anything. Or, I remember there was some guy, some dude I knew that was like really into soccer, and he would always ask me about the World Cup, and I said, I have no idea what that is. So, no, I don't have a favorite wrestler. But if Gabi wrestled, it would be her. So I don't know what way that arm is facing. I guess this way. But that looks really awkward when I do that. Let me turn off the hair. See what our arm's doing, because the arm sort of, it comes up really high. Like that, this arm sort of swings over. But I feel like having it rotated like this doesn't... Maybe like this might work. Or like that. And then the... Oh, interesting. This foot comes out like here. And this sort of folds completely inwards. Like that. I don't know where how would you rotate the hips for this, I wonder? I guess it would sort of rotate towards this way. Yeah, it would rotate up towards whichever leg is raised, as we saw from the guy running yesterday. That's how I noticed his hips would move. They would raise with the leg that was raised up, so it would tilt down to the other leg that was downwards, which makes sense. Oh, yeah, that is a kind of an uncomfortable pose. I guess just as well she doesn't hold it very long. But it feels like the hand is somehow like closer. Like this. But it does look awkward. I know it looks kind of weird. But I don't know, looking at, because that's sort of the same pose the reference is in, and it looks better on this other person. So maybe I'll just move some of this around. I guess in motion it'll look better. I'll skip 4 over, so that's number frame 6 now, and it looks like these hips now tilt the other way. And this other, the legs swap, they do a switch, so this leg now comes up here. Like really far out, actually. And then this... yeah, the legs kind of swap poses, which is pretty interesting. But the arms go really straight, which is fascinating. Like really straight. Because this now kind of comes out, and then this arm completes its journey forward like this. But the rotation, I don't know if that's the right rotation. I guess it would do like that. Because that's her, and her hand is sticking up a bit like this. Which actually looks really cool. But it's, her shoulders do twist as well, so I gotta make sure I get that in. It goes like this, and then this reaches forward. Like she really reaches that arm out, which is gonna, it's gonna look a bit weird on the FK right now. But it actually looks like her arm is like unnaturally long in this frame. It's like her arm is stretching, so I'll probably need to exaggerate Gabi's arm to do something similar. And I can scale it. Hey, it's Elastigirl. We'll probably scale it from here. We could do that. Maybe 1.2. Yeah, like this. Because yeah, literally, I would show you it, but I get striked. But the actual reference looks like the arm is unnaturally long. It's pretty nuts. And then this, it's hard to tell because the footage is very blurry here. But it looks like this really goes back. And this has a bit of a bend, a little bit. Like this. But the, something about these shoulders doesn't strike me as right. But yeah, just as well I topologize these shoulders the way I did them, because yeah, doing moves like this on Gabi's old model would be impossible, because the mesh just will not, it just won't allow you to bend her shoulders like this in the old version. But I gotta pay attention to her body as well. So it looks like here the body starts to bend back more, and the hips start to lean forward like this. And I think these both need to kind of come forward like that. Yeah, because that leg should be pointing straight down, like the thigh should be pointing straight down, and this should be straight across. And there's like there's more twist than I think I've got here. Because she has to really look like she's reaching for something. That's sort of how it looks anyway. Oh hey, I know I've got the automatic tweening on, but that's sort of the motion that we're going after. So that's interesting. And I've also kind of timed, I haven't timed these very well, hold on. Gotta move these keyframes around. I think this is... No, hold on, I've missed something. Ah. So that should be keyframe 4, not 2. That should be keyframe 8. Well, so far I'm kind of liking it. And then it starts to then go into this dive pose. So, but it's not fully. So I'll do this next one. It'll be the this sort of dive move. And yeah, doing this from the jump actually kind of, it's easier to see what the torso is meant to be doing, how it's meant to bend, because I was having a tough time with that yesterday. And then this arm, like, bends? Yeah, bends forward again. Somehow. Where's the tweak bones? I gotta start bending these. Because yeah, it's just getting that transition is a bit tricky with the way the shoulders are all moving. But it looks like this arm is still a bit higher than the other. And this... Can I just get you there? Yeah, there we go. But it looks a little uneven. I'm gonna X-mirror these. Like that. Because they have to sort of be in a similar spot, but one of these arms is going to be a little different. And this foot, this is now here. But I don't know if the torso is bent enough. the head does lower a bit like that. And I've got the foot a bit wrong. Something like that, but I think this arm needs to come down a bit. Yeah. Looks a little clumsy, but in motion, maybe it's fine. Oh, and I've just noticed these two are slightly different. What happened there? Oh, okay, these both need to be one. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. I think it should probably end here, and then the next, it should like last 2 frames longer, 14, and then it just goes straight into the fall pose we already made. So I'll make that 14 frames, or 15 if you count frame 0. I'm worried that the hips are too stiff, but it's hard to tell when it's someone falling though. Yeah, the hips do look a bit stiff. Let me go back on this footage. Just the rotation. So let me go back to, and yeah, the in-betweens are gonna suck, but just key poses for now, so don't worry if there's glitches in the in-betweens yet. But I feel like this, yeah, this has to be a little bit more rotated. And we're gonna adjust the knees a little. And I've actually rotated the other axis. It should be up like this. But then this should probably start bending this way a bit. Like that. So I'm just going to keep an eye on the hips. Or how it looks here, actually. Yeah, one of those arms looks a little bad. We can get rid of the in-betweens. Yeah, the way this arm twists looks uncomfortable. And this shoulder looks uncomfortable here. So it has to come up higher. Like that. Oh no, that's too much. No, hold on. I think maybe this even comes up too high. And maybe this, yeah, should start bending that way. I'm gonna try something. So I'm just moving her up a little bit. So that there's a bit of, I don't know if I like that actually. I'll undo that. It looks a bit strange. I was gonna try and add a bit of like hop to the hips, but I don't know. Because I'm just worried about the hips looking too stiff. But I don't know, maybe it's fine. But this, there's just this here feels strange. I think, yeah, this needs to rotate this way for this to look better. It needs to rotate more this way. Yeah, that's better. But now it's a bit over. So we can like bring that back to the middle. And maybe a bit higher. Yeah, a bit like that. It's probably lean back a bit more actually, because she has to, if you stick out an arm like that, you kind of have to lean into it, and she doesn't look like she's leaning enough. And this shoulder socket needs to like have some bend to it. Like that. Yeah, it's a bit more. That's a bit better. It's just a tough one, this. You can see the difference here. There's the torso there. That looks pretty stiff. And then on this next one, that's, you see how now she's sort of leaning into the arm? That's a bit nicer, I think. Looks more relaxed. Doesn't look as like I'm tugging on her arm or something. There we go. I'm not a fan of the other arm, the right arm, but maybe that's okay. I'm curious. Yeah, I want to give this a test run. I'm gonna try this out in the game. I'll have to like change up the blueprint a little bit to get this to play, because I have to change how this has been done with the jump to get this to play the way it should. Gotta turn that off. So this will be jump, ascend, moving. Do I have one of those in here already? I do. So I'll call this O2 just for the moment. And leaf bones only. Gotta make sure the orientation is correct. Want all these off. There we go. Jump, ascend, moving. Open Unreal. Alright, let's give that a try. So this is an Olympic long jump. That's what we're doing. Do I like Avatar: The Last Bender? The Nickelodeon show? Hell yeah, it's pretty good. Is Gabi's hair animated? It will be. What's my favorite fairy tale? I kind of don't really have one. Did the last stream get striked? Yeah, because we had a... I was looking at footage of the Olympics, and they don't like that very much. So I'm not gonna put reference on screen again. I've learnt my lesson. The athletes are pretty wild. Yes, I agree. Platinum Fox. That's such a... I keep reading that as Platinum Fox, but it's Platinum. What is Platinum? What elements is Platinum? What's the chemical makeup of Platinum? I'm curious. Is that like a material Walter White would know? Jesse, we need to cook Platinum? I don't know. Well, yeah, interestingly, KRMRA. How do I... MRA? Isn't the MRA like some government acronym? I don't know. So I'm a little worried that is the government infiltrated here to watch me, but I think you're okay. I think the... because we were looking at Mario's long jump yesterday, and then someone suggested... we tried kind of doing his fall pose, and it didn't quite work on Gabi because of Mario's proportions. But no, that the animators for that probably looked at the long jump too, because it's cut from the same cloth. It's just on Mario they change it a little bit to fit Mario's proportions. But yeah, it's they probably looked at, you know, athletic long jumps because it's basically the same. It's just, you know, I couldn't quite use Mario's reference because his arms are so stubby. But let's find it's in this folder. So I gotta import a new animation. Oh. I recognize, I've like memorized the file path. Did I type it in wrong? I think I might have typed it in wrong. Oh, okay. I did type it in wrong. Because yeah, I don't really use File Explorer much now. I just know where all the files are in my head, so I just type out the file path manually. It's just quicker because I can type real fast. Can't click as fast, and I almost got it wrong there. But here it is. It should be right. Should be in this list right here. There we go. I was looking up some stuff the other day with like Windows. Because I was like I just had this sudden nostalgia bug for Windows 7 out of nowhere. And I was like, God damn, I miss Windows 7, but it's not really a viable OS to run nowadays, I guess. But it made me think like, man, I wish I could just run like Windows 7. I do miss it. It was, and yeah, like looking at, like if you search up like videos on like installation guides for Windows 7, it's like crazy how much less stuff just comes on the OS. It's pretty insane. Like you look at the start menu and it just has like 10 programs and that's it. It doesn't have all this, you know, Disney Plus and all this stuff on it. And I'm like, oh man, I wish I could like reinstall my OS and just clean out, have it not have all that bloatware on it. That'd be so great. But I guess, well, I'd have to time travel back to 2015, which I can't really do. So, I'm just thinking. So on the blend space, I have to, or the animation blueprint, I have to make some changes. Taifu says if I was to pine after a Windows version, it would be XP. XP is pretty good too, yeah. I'm actually, well, I'm just thinking. Because after looking at them both again, just like at people's footage of them, it's like there are lots of things I like about both of them, but then there's just some quality of life stuff that those don't have anymore. So like 10 is still kind of nice, because I'm on 10 right now because my hardware literally doesn't, it will not work on 11. But it's oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, hold on, I gotta think about how to set this up here. But yeah, I was saying the, what was I saying? Something about Windows. I've lost my train of thought now. But there's a certain way I have to set this blend space up. In fact, you know what? I might just change it because there's the jump moving and the other, yeah, hold on, let me just think for a sec. So, I gotta change something. It's gonna change her normal jump too, but I'm okay with that. Oh. Or am I okay with it? I might have to make another blend space just temporarily here. Yeah, I'll make a new blend space real quick. Because I'm gonna set this up to work differently to get this animation to play the way I want. Just trying to think how many dimensions I need. I think it just needs speed. That's all it needs. So yeah, but blend space one dimensional. Oh yeah, so the quality of life stuff I was talking about with 10, because one thing I like is the window snapping is just a lot better, and it runs a bit faster, which I wish there was like some version of Windows 7 that had those features in it, and like the search, I like the way that search works here, except I just don't like that it tries to search big. But I like how I can just press the key and then start typing, and it does. I don't think it works like that on 7. I think you have to manually click the search button. So if there was like little changes like that, it'd be sick. But yeah, the theming of it all, the aesthetics, and like the lack of bloat and how fast it runs, I do miss. Just make it temporary, just jump here. And then XP, yeah, I have lots of fun memories with XP. The theming on XP was pretty crazy too. But the, yeah, when you look at text on an XP computer, you can tell, because there's no like hardware accelerated text, at least from the footage I've seen of it. So it kind of ages it a little bit. But the aesthetic of it was neat. Horizontal axis speed. I just gotta look at what axis? 400. And then I need to export another animation out. I have to Frankenstein together a new animation for this to work. Oh, hold on. I should probably do something about these. To put these down. So I need this animation to then, because I need to create like a new idle jump as well, but made slightly differently to these. So I'm gonna make a copy and we'll just call this jump idle. And it'll start from that pose. I don't know if this will work very well, but I just gotta try it. And then at this frame, it then has to we have to get this pose. It's gonna look very blocky, but just bear with me. Wait, that doesn't look right. That does not look right at all. Hold on. Oh, I know why it's doing this. So let me just key everything there. And then we'll go to jump. This one. Gotta copy the whole thing, and we got a key in that. That. And there's more. This. And there's one more missing. This one. So we're gonna key those. Copy that to this new one. There, that's, yeah, there we go. So the transition is going to be awkward, but whatever. And then we have to go to the full pose. So I'm just making, actually this might actually all, let me just think. Yeah, this might be all I need. Because the, well, you'll see in a minute. You'll see what this does. There's a reason I'm doing it like this. It looks very blocky right now, but bear with me. Now, just to help it out a little bit, I'll get an in-between between these two to put in. Okay, that looks a little slow actually. I'll cut those two out. That's better. So I don't know if you can kind of see what I'm gonna do next. But I'm basically turning those blend. I'm gonna not do it with blending anymore because I don't think that's gonna work for what I'm gonna try and do next. So instead of making it blend between those different poses during the jump, she's just gonna play the sequence straight up like this. And then this will then blend to the full pose, but the ascend to the middle has to be one sequence for that to look good. There might be a way we can still have it like it was, but I'm just feeling out what this sort of feels like the right thing I have to do here. So I'll save that, and we'll have to export this out. So we'll call this jump idle. And this other one we shouldn't really call ascend, it should just be jump moving, because it isn't. You'll see why. So if I just need to re-import that file name here. Re-import with new, because it's lost the source file link because I've renamed it. So if I go to jump moving, and this should be renamed to jump moving. And then I will export. Did I export the other one? Jump idle? I did. So I'll put this in. So those other ones are still going to be there, but we're gonna set this up a little different. Did it do it? Yeah, okay. So you see how now instead of blending, it's just one sequence? So now, and I have to make sure that I have the notifies. Gotta remember that. So I'm gonna add the end notify. And this has to come in 6:5. It has to come in a bit earlier, before the end. And then the, where is it? It's in here, it's in here. The other new one I added, jump moving. This needs an end notify as well to know when it's finished. Because yeah, as we've learned the hard way, Unreal doesn't just know when an animation's finished. And then with that blend space I made, this new blend space I made, not this one, but this one, I can then add those as I should be able to add them. Let me search jump grind, jump ascend, jump idle, and then jump moving. So the speed, it'll blend between those two depending on the speed. Having it in the middle is kind of, actually, that's kind of interesting. It kind of does an alright job of blending them. Well, that's cool, but now to actually get that to play, in this animation, I have to change what this does. So this, instead of just playing this one pose, because this is just one pose here. It literally just does the one pose, but we're gonna change that now to work like this. So it's gonna play all of this first. And then I need to make another blend space for falling. So I'll make a copy of this. So maybe we'll just call this jump descend. And the other, yeah, I should name it ascend and descend because there's no middle now. It's just ascend and descend. So I'll switch out these poses. I might have to export one more pose. Or no, I don't think so. We might have a descend. The descend runs in a loop anyway. So yeah, now it blends between that and that, which is brilliant. That's exactly what I want. So we're gonna do that, and then this goes to jump loop, which is now, instead of playing jump, it's gonna play this blend space, and it's only gonna factor in speed. So this is gonna solve some other problem. It might cause another, but it's gonna solve this other problem I have, where I don't like how, oh, and it seems to be skipping over. Oh, Interesting. It doesn't seem to play it all the time, though. What's going on? It doesn't seem to be playing it all consistently. It skips over it. Why is that? I don't remember it doing that all the time. Let me check the transitions. Is in air, has jumped, can enter transition. Yeah, I mean, that looks okay. I just don't know why it's skipping over it. I know that it would do that with the frame rate problem, but I thought we fixed that. Or maybe we didn't. Who knows? But that doesn't last long enough. Okay, I don't want loop on. And this shouldn't be on a loop either. So it's half working. But you can kind of see what I'm trying to do. Okay, now... Huh. It's like working half the time. Actually looks kind of not bad. You see how... Oh. That full pose... I might have to speed that up a bit. Oh, it doesn't seem to be playing it consistently. Oh, and I have to fix this fidget state because it's a bit busted. Where she just stays idle. She gets caught in her idle state. So I gotta make sure... No, I do exit out of that. Okay, I might have to make more transitions here then. So let me go... Is sliding. I have to make some transitions so she doesn't get caught on her jumping jack thing. But I'm basically making it... Because what was happening, to explain... The jump poses were blending based on her upwards thrust. So if she was going fully up, it would play like the ascend pose, and then as the velocity started to like reach 0, she would then go to that pose, and then when it went negative, she went the fall pose, and it would blend between those. But I didn't like... One thing I didn't like about it is that because she has 3 poses that she's blending between, and I'll open that up so you can see what I'm talking about here. It's this one. So you watch her pose. So if I blend them, so this is how it would work. So if we have the thrust at 0, and then she starts jumping, so it would blend between this, and then as she started to reach the apex of her jump, it would blend down, and then as she starts falling, it would blend down to this. But the problem there is, if we want this pose here to come in earlier, we can't do that. And I did want it to come in earlier because it looked like this pose was lasting too long, and this one was happening too early, too late. So she would jump, and I wanted her to start tucking in earlier, which we couldn't do in this method. But the new way I've done it, we can do it. But we lose the ability to have her stay in this pose longer, depending on her jump height. So we lose that, but we gain something else. So if I go to like a jump pad now, it's gonna, you'll notice the difference here. Because what would happen before this change is that if you went on a jump pad, she would stay in that ascend pose longer because the thrust would last longer. But now if I do it, oh, hold on, is it gonna do it? Oh, okay, well, it's not doing it anyway, so, oh well. But if we did jump on it, well, yeah, now it seems to have another... Actually, there is another problem here. Where when she jumps, she's stuck in the... On a jump pad, she's stuck in the falling pose. But you can see it blend... Actually, this is... You can see it blend between the fall pose for moving. So maybe... Oh, hold on. There might be a... Give me a minute. I think we need to change that one back. That actually might be a good idea to leave that as it was here, to keep that in. So it still keeps that blending in there, but well, let's just see. It might look a bit weird in some circumstances, but on that jump pad it'll look better. So now she actually will blend between those poses again, like she was. The only time this would look weird is if we somehow jumped high, too high or something. So if I made her jump height more, you would then start noticing some problems. Which, well, I should test now, I might as well. So if I go to her character and change the jump height to something ridiculous, like if I triple that. Oh. Oh yeah, you can see it. She gets caught on the two poses. So that's the only disadvantage. Can I get the camera to... I want to... Because she goes off screen for a bit, I want the camera to follow her more closely. I think I know where that is. If I turn that off, it should do it. Oh. Does that tick box not work anymore? Huh. I guess not. If I turn this off... I just want the camera to like not, because she's going off frame. It's easier to see if we can see her in frame consistently. But I did do some reprogramming on the camera recently, so maybe those options won't work yet. To turn that the floor tracking off. Yeah, I'll just try turning this. Oh, what was that set to? Hold on. 75. So if I go this minus 75. Okay, that still doesn't work. Huh. Wait a minute. Can I just move? Can I move this out? No, I can't. I just want to turn off that the floor tracking. But this I don't think this tick box is going to work yet. Because she flies out of frame and it's hard to... Because that blending is happening a little off camera. So let me undo that. I think I'll have to open up this real quick. There's a function in here that I have to unplug. I think it's set camera offset Z, I think. Yeah, so I'll turn that off. Gotta unplug that. Now it should track you. Yeah, there we go. So now, yeah, now you can see it. So what'll happen with this method, it's a bit unfortunate, but if she does happen to jump and go higher than she would normally, which does happen, she goes this, and that's great. But then the pose gets stuck and loops. Because it's playing the animation, I think. Or is it? Actually, what is going on? Okay, now it's okay. Ah. Hold on, let me watch that more closely. Yeah, so it loops. How many frames is that lasting though? Hold on. Okay, that's... I was trying to think if there's a smart way to avoid that. Because I would have to only change one thing of the blend space, I think. Yeah, I think all I would have to do to avoid that happening is change that pose. Oh, but I can't change that pose. Or can I? Yeah, I'll have to change this one. So if I change this pose, instead of ascend... jump loop. So I just gotta change that to jump loop. Idle. And then for the moving fast one, the same deal. Jump loop moving. So now it only ever goes to that pose, and then this pose I have to change. Jump, ascend, moving, so that's gonna be jump, loop, moving, like this. Which I might have to change that pose too, actually. So now it gets caught on the middle pose instead, which is preferable. But well, is it preferable? I don't know. I guess it'll do. Oh, I got stuck there. But if we do that on the jump pad, we won't have that cool ascend pose anymore, I don't think. Yeah, we'll just have this pose instead. So that kind of sucks. Because I like that elegant ascend pose. We can't really... Unless it goes to a... there is one solution. There is one solution, but it requires a bit more setup. But I'm going to change this back to how I had it. Because you basically need two you basically would need 2 blend spaces, one with this pose and one without it, and then it will pick a blend space depending on... well, yeah, it'll, I know, yeah, it would essentially need to pick between blend spaces depending on whether you inputted jump. And if you fell, and if you didn't do that, which I think I do have a state for, but they both go to jump loop. So I just have to make another one of these. And this, where it goes full start, this, instead of plugging into jump loop, would then plug in here instead. So I do have a way to get that working already, but now we have this problem that's happening again, where every time, okay, there it is. Did you see that happen? Because we have this happen sometimes, where if I create a new transition, it doesn't create the rule, like it doesn't let me edit the rule sometimes, because it just doesn't show the button, and it just teleported in there, so that was lucky. But it would need to be set up a bit like this, where if she's doing it from a fall, it blends differently to when she's doing it from a jump. That's the only way that works. All right, well, that's actually not as complicated as that's actually, because I've done all this setup for everything else. It's actually kind of simple to implement. So I just need to get rid of not that, this. No. That doesn't look right, though. Oh, that's the ledge grab. So that should stay. But it's only the transition to the fall. No, I think I've deleted something I shouldn't have. So it's this one. Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure. Alright, I don't know if any of this is making sense right now, but it will, trust me, very soon. It will make perfect sense. I'm not crazy. Flip reminds me of Metroid. That's cool. I have not played Metroid either, but thanks. Gaming Oxy says maybe the notify isn't resetting. It's possible. That could be what's happening. So, let me just rename this. So this should be a for loop, not jump loop. But this has to share transitions in common with all of these. Can I? Oh, I can't copy these, can I? No. I'd love to be able to just copy the transitions, but I can't. So this has to plug in here. And what else is this connected to? This attacking should really, this should plug in here instead, not to jump loop. Actually, you know what? This should be for loop instead. Because everything is by default it should go to for loop, and everything's already plugged in to jump loop. So we'll rename jump loop to for loop and make the new one we've made jump loop, because that only is going to happen from one state. So we'll have to make, if I swap these around, I'll have to make less new transitions. So if I rename I just gotta see where this goes. Would it even make a difference? I guess not. Or maybe, no, it kind of would, because all of these point to this. So this should be really for loop. So that's the one that should de facto, the default, it should go there. And this should only happen from a jump. So I gotta see, where does this go out? It goes to landing. and slide. Why does it, hold on, why does it go there? Oh, there's probably a reason. Except this cuts across the entire, I don't like that it cuts across everything, but I'm sure there's a way to clean that up later. So I gotta see where else does this go, where does this point out to? So it goes to landing. Do we have landing? Yep. Wall ride. This doesn't go to there yet. So we need a transition to wall ride. What else? Slide. Does it do that? It does. And this also goes to grind, which we don't have. What was that noise? Oh, hello. Darkness Blade. That's a sick name. Is raiding with a party of 3. Welcome, welcome. We're just doing a bit of a... Well, we were doing Blender animating, but now we're doing animating programming. I'm kind of do a bit of both, I guess. Let me just... Okay, that's plugged in. I just gotta check one more transition. So that's grind, slide, wall ride, land, and attack. Grind, slide, wall run, land, attack. Okay, these seem to be transitioning to the same ones. The only thing now is, yeah, we just got to make sure that jump, start, only... I've made one mistake. I have made one mistake. For some reason, these two transitions are different. I wonder, there's probably a reason why, but I don't... Oh, maybe because this has way more rules than the other. These should be identical. Well, this one shouldn't be here at all now. This should go straight here, which has the new states. So that's okay. That should work. But yeah, check this out. Well, actually, no. I haven't set up the different blend spaces yet. Wait a minute. So that should be... I should rename the blend spaces now because I'm going to get them mixed up. So that one I did have... Gabi blend space jump. This should be fall. So this should be Gabi blend space fall. So this is just if you deliberately, if you involuntarily end up in the air, it'll do this blend space. But if you deliberately jump, it'll play a different blend space instead. We'll have to make a copy of this. And this will be jump. Or, no, let me think for a moment there. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I should have kept that one named the same. Can I undo that? Okay, let's... I've messed something up here. Hold on. I need to... Yeah. So I want to save this, but I don't want to save the blend space change I just did, because I've just messed something up. I want to save this, but I don't want to save... Is it those? Gabi jump idle. What was that one? I think I do want to save that one. Hold on. Gabi jump idle. I just gotta undo something. But, where's... Oh, was that an animation? Oh, that was. Well, I want to save that then. Just this. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna I'm gonna crack open source control real quick and revert one of those changes. Am I the one that making the anime game that does parkour? That's me. Oh, you've seen the YouTube videos? Sick. About funding. Oh, hey, that was just one video. Okay, let's be fair here. That wasn't multiple videos. That was one video is all I needed to go over that. But yeah, what a roller coaster, huh? It's pretty crazy. Which, by the way, speaking of funding, if any of you watching have been enjoying these streams, learning something cool from them, something you might not have known about game development, or you just enjoy sort of having me on as background noise, consider becoming a supporter through Twitch or YouTube or Patreon to support these streams, to support my content. I do have some more videos in the work right now that if you want to, I think, yeah, if you support through like YouTube membership or Patreon, you can get your names in the credits still for that one. And with Patreon, you get exclusive merch. Like there's a specific design I just have on Patreon, and it's this really cool one of Gabi running with like a Japanese text in the background. It's really cool. So if that interests you, if you're interested in a trade offer, check that out, linked down below. Okay, so I wanna I'm just going through my source control files here, and there is something I need to delete. I would show this, but it shows my email address on this UI, which I hate, and I don't want to give that out. Oh, where was it? It's like moved item. I'm using plastic for those curious. Pretty good, but I don't like that Unity bought it because now it's rebranded to Unity. What is it? Unity source or Unity something? Because it still says plastic SDM on the Unity DevOps version control, which is, it just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? But yeah, I don't like that they've had to rebrand, but I can't really control that, so oh well. So I just need to find the right blend space here. BS jump. I think it's called Gabi BS jump. So I gotta undo changes. Okay, that should, I think that might have reverted or not. Oh no, it hasn't. Okay, I've done something really weird then. Give me a sec. Gabi BS jump. Okay, that should be okay. Okay, that should work. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What is Gabi's top speed? Well, I'll have to ask you that, because I don't know. Some people have pushed it past what I can do. Unity Master Race? I think I don't think so, man. That sounds cope. Been going through something similar with Greek funding. Whoa. I don't know much about Greece, but yeah. If you've been going through similar things, I can relate, man. It's oh boy. Yeah, I never want to deal with a situation like that again. But yeah, don't let the government bully you. Don't let the government make you compromise on stuff, because, you know, don't let them gaslight you. You know, that's what I learned. Hopefully that is comfortable to watch for some people. Oh, failed to load. What is uh-oh. I have a bad feeling. Have I broken something? But has it put the blend space back where I had it? I think it has. Okay, this is now back to where it was. Great. But did something else break? And what is this? Oh, this is the one I was wanting to make, but it's renamed it. I don't know. I didn't name it that, I don't think. Oh well. But that's what I want, so thanks. I don't remember making this blend space. Anyway, so I have to then go in here. Please tell me that I didn't accidentally... Oh yeah, there's some big problem now. Oh dear. So this, I think it's this one has to go in. Full loop state. So it has to be this one. Please compile. Okay, there's one more. And this is jump loop state. Now has to be this. Darkness says, I'm going to search for an actual publisher instead. Well, my fellow, you might not like what you find there either. Just be careful. I don't know what your situation is with the Greek funding thing, but if the reason you didn't like it was because of bureaucracy, then going with a publisher is not going to be the answer, because it's going to have bureaucracy as well. Except they actually take more money from you. So that is I'm sure you've looked into that, but that was something that I kind of initially thought. Like after I'd done that video, I was like, oh well, publishing, that'll be it, right? But I don't know, man. There's a feeling I have about it that just seems kind of off. If you know what I mean? Like it feels like I could just do that on my own. Like I understand the kind of person that would need a publisher. So again, this is really depending on the person. But if you're like me, I don't think it'll be for you. But if you don't feel at all confident that you can market something, and you feel like you need that leg up, then sure, yeah, that will probably be good, but it probably, you will have to just dig through a lot of bad ones before you find one you're happy with. Because I do think, I've had heaps of people kind of write to me trying to get me to publish with them and stuff, and I think they just expect that I would go with the first person that asks, and I can tell you that no, and a lot of them were not very impressive. Like literally, I had a publisher email last week, and it wasn't even an email, it was on Instagram, so that's, yeah, so but it was some like publishing house, and it was like, oh, we would love to like lend our services, and I look at their website and they've got nothing. They've got no portfolio. I don't even know if they're registered even. It's like a brand new company, and the entire website is just stock images saying our specialist team is here to help. And it's like, well, if you had a specialist team, you'd have a portfolio, but I don't see one. So I just deleted that straight away, because it's like, that's what a waste of time. So yeah, so don't go with those ones. I don't know how many publishers you've looked at, but if you get anything from Instagram or Twitter, anything that is not an email, just ignore it. It's probably a scam. And even in that case, you got to be extremely combative, I think, if you don't want to get screwed. A lot of people, I think, are afraid to be combative, which is a bit disappointing. But I think if you don't want to get walked over, that's how you got to be prepared for them to not like you if you want to get your way. So just be ready for battle. That's why I kind of don't want to go down that road, because I don't want to fight those battles. I'd rather just self-publish, personally. But that's just me. I just really hope this is all connected up. We don't get any more errors. Uh-oh. No red errors in the error log, but there is problems for sure. Something isn't transitioning properly here. It must be the land. But that has a transition, so I don't know what the deal is there. Maybe, oh, I know what it's probably the blend. Yes, that pesky it's added blending to all of these things. We gotta get out of there. Every little new transition I've made has blending on it. Disgusting. Let's get it out. Bye-bye. Glaive says going with a publisher feels like a terrible deal. I mean, I don't know. It really depends. I can kind of understand some people that are appealing to it, but one thing, because I've researched a lot about publishing, because I've kind of barked up this tree a little bit, and there's something about the entire model that seems a bit off. It's almost like they are deliberately incentivized to undermine your confidence in your product so that you sign with them. Because if I was a publisher, that's what I would do. I would make everyone feel like they can't do it unless they sign with me. And that's the vibe I get from everyone I've looked at. It's this vibe of, they kind of refuse to acknowledge that you could even do it yourself. They kind of laugh it off. And they go, oh, no, you can't do that yourself. You need us. And it's like, but do I? Because I've seen some publishers that pull way less numbers than I do, and I haven't even released my game yet. But in terms of trailers, like they'll upload their trailer and it gets 2,000 views in 2 weeks. And it's like, do I need that? Like, really? Like, unless if I'm a complete moron and if I can't edit video, then maybe. But if I can do that stuff, it's like, do I really need some guy to do that, or to set up a Steam page for me? Like, you know how easy that is? So that's, yeah, a lot of it, because it doesn't seem that hard. Who knows, maybe there's more to it that I'm not privy to, but from what I do know about the game, because I know what the aim of the game is, and I know some, you know, there's a way you have to sort of interact, and a way you've got to be to sort of to drive traffic, and I've kind of learnt that just from doing YouTube. But I could not imagine like offloading that to someone that has like that does it in like a company capacity, if that makes sense, because it's, I don't know. Because you do run the risk of whoever you sign with sounding way too PR speaky, which might put people off. And then, I mean, sure, I guess 15 years ago it would have been different because they would have had like, because they can push things like, oh, we have relationships with retailers and whatever. But that isn't even necessary. You don't need that anymore. You can just publish it to Steam, and you don't even have to, you don't need relationships with journalists or retailers or anything. You don't really need that stuff. Like, it's nice to have that if you've got nothing else going for you, but if you have something going for you, you don't need it. Because I've seen plenty of popular indie games that didn't have any of that going for it and still worked, probably better than they would with a publisher. It is a lot of work though, but I don't like this attitude where they make it sound like you couldn't possibly do it and that you're stupid for thinking you could. That's the vibe I get, and I don't like it. It's like infantilizing. It's like, oh, you think I can't do this, but you want to do it. So it's like, just let me do my, like, this is my game. I'm more passionate about it than you. I think I'm gonna work harder to get it out than the publisher would, you know? But it's not gonna be the case all the time. But I think in my case, I don't know, I feel like they're trying to undermine me, you know? Of like, just the undermining of confidence. Like every single interview I've seen with some publisher, and the scouts, I don't like the way publishing scouts talk. They sound very entitled. Like there was one interview I was watching with one, and the way he talks about, like, oh, what games we get, it just sounds a bit like you should be thankful that anyone's sending you games, but they act very picky about it. And I kind of get it, but it seems kind of ungrateful, and that they're really just there to take their cut, which is exactly what they're supposed to do. So, yeah. But there's a lot, I've heard way more bad stories than good stories. So that's probably biasing me a little bit, but that's probably useful data in it of itself. You know, you shouldn't be hearing more bad stories than good stories if it's that good, you know? But that's just what I've heard. I'd rather, I could go and try it and have my own experience, but I kind of don't want to find out what that'll be like, if possible. I'm just trying to figure out why, so I'm just checking the blending of all this, because it's all kind of crisscrossed over now. It's getting a bit hard to look at. But I gotta make sure blending is all turned off. And what was that noise just then? Someone left something. Oh, Black Cray. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. That's so nice. With Prime. Every time I read the word with Prime, I think of you like handing me a bottle of Prime. So, I don't know if that's just me that has that mental image, but thank you. I will drink, this isn't Prime, but you can pretend it is. I will drink some in your honor. Rehab says they take a % and then Steam takes a cut, and then if you have employees, doesn't mean anything in the long run unless it's, well, yeah, and a lot of the ones that I've seen write to me are not, they're not that big. So yeah, I probably, and to get into one with a big publisher, it's like, you gotta decide if you're the kind of guy that wants to do that, because you have to play a certain game. There's a strategy there you have to invest in if you want to win the favor of those people. And it doesn't feel like me. Like, it doesn't feel like something I'd want. Like, it sort of seems like the kind of thing where you have to do a lot of networking and bootlicking and whatever, and going to events constantly, and I'm just not really interested in doing it. I just want to make games, so I don't really care about any of that. So, that's just me, though. I know everyone's not like that, but I feel pretty confident enough that I could edit, like, a decent trailer. With the, I've made, like, 100 videos. Like, I could probably make a good trailer. But if you don't have any of that, then yeah, you might actually get some help from a publisher then. Like, that would actually maybe be a bit helpful. Or if you don't know how to make a good Steam banner image, because to me, that's just common sense that you know how to do that, but it isn't to a lot of people. Like, a lot of people can't use Photoshop. They just know how to program. So it's like, oh, well, in that case, yeah, it would make some sense then. But if you can do all of that stuff, then it doesn't really make sense in that case. For the risk, anyway. So I'm just checking. I think all the blending's off, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this one. There we go. Will that work now? Why is it doing this? So we don't want it floating above the ground. Will this work on the jump pad though, I wonder, if it goes to the right blend space? Maybe the anim notify isn't firing. That could be it. Okay, well it's playing, it's blending like this, which is good. But it's getting stuck on something. It's fine. Huh. It's like the landing, it's getting stuck. Sometimes. What is going on? I have a... I'm like triple sure that these are all connected the same way. Yeah, it's connected to landing. Hold on, can I get like a real time of this? Will it give me a little... I should be able to preview it. See what's happening. Oh, I thought it... Oh no, there we go. Okay, well it doesn't show me where that's happening now. Oh, it's in jump start. Oh, it's stuck here. Interesting. So it's not the landing, it's the jump start that's getting stuck. Okay, well that's something I can work with. Aha! Okay, there's transitions, I know exactly what's wrong. What's the hotkey for maximizing? F11. Fiver it? Oh, I don't know if I'd go near Fiver. Unless it's something that is like impossible to mess up, I probably wouldn't, I don't know. Maybe there's good stuff. I haven't really looked around too much at Fiver, but because it's meant to be cheap and it's like you kind of get what you pay for. If you like only spend $100 to like have someone edit a trailer, it's probably gonna look like a $100 trailer. It's not gonna look very good if I had to guess. For me, I don't know, my attitude's a bit different, where it's like, I'll just learn how to do it. Because that always ends up paying off in the long term anyway. And I kind of would rather endure the torture of having to learn 10 things than to like trust some random contractor from Fiverr to do it. But that's just me. If you're like, I guess it's like if you don't really mind how the outcome is, if it looks good enough, and if you're okay with that, then I guess that's fine probably. But for me, I don't know, I have a feeling that I would get disappointed using Fiverr. Oh, so this has to plug in here. And is that going to show me the arrow? Yeah. So this is getting caught on stuff. Oh, where else is this getting caught on? This has to end. Oh, and this has to go back to idle as well. So we have to copy all this. Or no, it doesn't. I don't think. No, there's something not right about this. I feel like, no, I shouldn't, because I had the... Oh no, maybe it does need to still, because I didn't have these transitions before and it worked fine, but the clip would also is shorter and would skip sometimes. So maybe, because now that it lasts longer, maybe I do need the transitions between. Yeah, I actually, now that I think about it, I do need those. So might as well go for it. So this needs to also then transition to landing, I guess. Huh. No, hold on, that doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does. I'm just trying to... Oh, and this is empty. That's not good. Hold on. That has to be plugged in. Maybe that could be a reason. I'm gonna test motion matching? I don't know what that is. Rehab says it's more Who than Fiverr itself. Huh. Interesting. Well, I don't know, maybe I need to look more at it, because I have not seen a lot of good apples, just in general. But I don't know, maybe... I don't know, because Fiverr, because doesn't the name Fiverr just mean like $5? Like, I don't know, to me it doesn't sound like... The first word that comes to mind with Fiverr is like cheap. That's like the first word that comes to mind. Which is like, oh man, I do love cheap, but I don't love what cheap gets you, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I wish that quality was cheap, but that's just not how it is. Yeah, this is getting a bit of a mess to organize. But there's no reroute nodes in this mode, is there? No. So that's a shame. Can I like move these in a way where it's like less... it's all gonna overlap anyway, I can't really fix that. But this full start needs some... I just gotta check. Yeah, this needs to somehow go back. It needs to go here when a certain state is true. Is not in air. I guess for falling as well, I suppose. Or no. That's fall loop. Fall start shouldn't need one. But I don't know. I guess, because now that I think of it, if these do last long enough, you would want it to go to a land. So that would make sense, actually. Those should have been there ages ago. And then, is grabbing ledge... is grinding. What else is there? Wall ride. Do I have the wall ride? I do. I don't have it going back to idle run. I don't think it should go back to idle run though. It should go to landing. So that should be... Oh, is that going to cause... I'm going to leave that one in there and then we'll test that one at the end. But I'm not going to make one from here to idle run. And this is wrong. Oh no, that's right. Yes, that's fine. And this also goes to ledge grab start. And this also does, okay. And this also then goes to jump loop. And also, this does not go, oh, that's meant to go to, wait, no, this goes, this is wrong here. Yeah, that is wrong. This should be this. That's probably another reason why this was getting stuck, because this didn't know where to finish. It had no enter transition rule because that was plugged into the wrong one, so that makes sense. Rehab says there's 3 types of people on Fiverr that released that they make money for bad work, and then the second person that's really into their work but needs money, and then 3 professional, usually like $1,000. Only $1,000? Well, I guess it depends on what it's for. Well, I'd be curious to see what the expensive people there charge. Just out of curiosity. I probably couldn't afford them, but it's interesting. Because, yeah, I don't know. because I'm not that kind of person that likes freelancing. So I have this image in my head that no one else likes it either, and that no one would bother putting in any effort to freelancing. And every person I have worked with that is a freelancer has kind of been like that, where they've just completely put in the bare minimum. So I'm very, very, very cautious in that regard. I've been burned way too many times. And it's like little things that they'll get wrong, but they don't realize how important they are. And that frustrates the hell out of me. I have a video I have to make about that at some point, because that caused lots of delays last year. But, that's interesting. I'm guessing these are all like from United States or something. But yeah, with publisher stuff though, that a story just popped into my head that is an interesting read or a watch, because I think it's got videos and stuff with it as well, where it was this dude making it was like a Paper Mario type game, and his publisher completely screwed him, and he documented the whole thing, and it was so fascinating watching the kind of tricks they would pull on him. And for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but when like you watch it, I don't know why, but it's like it's always Twitter, isn't it? I think it was on Twitter, everyone was like giving him a hard time for being belligerent. But then when you actually listen to what he says, it's like, oh yeah, he's totally in the right with this. I'm trying to remember the name of the game, because I've seen this game like physically, like on shelves, and I always just remember the publisher story every time, because it was like, it was like the game got released too early, and the developer like went out and told everyone, don't buy the game, I didn't get time to finish it, and the publisher rushed me, like just wait like X months or whatever and then buy it later, like don't buy it at launch because it's not what I'm proud of. And then the publisher tried to like get him to shut up, and then I think they ended up suing him for rushing his game or something. It was insane. And then I remember seeing this thing where at some point a bit later, because the lawsuit then started, and that's where you never want to be in that situation. But I paid attention to it, because it's like, well, if I do ever end up in this situation, I want to see what this guy does. And the publisher then tried to use this appeal to emotion tactic, and they went out and said, oh, the developer, he vandalized the Steam page and he violated our contract, and he's using like the death of my husband as like blackmail or something. You know, he's using that to exit the deal, and it's like, what are you talking about? It was like, but this was the publisher saying it, and she's like filming the video of her saying it, and it comes off as like the most PR speak video ever. And so no one bought any of that, because it just seems like a appeal to emotion tactic there. And yeah, and it just goes, and that just kind of did it for me there. I like saw that and I went, yeah, I probably wouldn't work with these guys if they think that that's gonna work. Like it goes to, because the whole point, I think, of a publisher is that they are supposed to be your PR. That's kind of, because that's what most programmers lack. They're programmers. They don't like talking to people. They like talking to computers. So a publisher, at least what I think a good publisher should do, it should be someone that sort of has your back and it does your PR. It's the bridge. But if the best PR you have is someone trying to gaslight the audience, or or try to like pull these emotional tactics, saying, oh, he's using the death of my husband against me or whatever, like that is terrible PR. Like it's awful. Like that just looks disingenuous. And also because I think a good PR person has to be able to act to a degree as well. Like if you're going to come out and say that, you have to like look genuine. You can't do this blank stare PR speak type thing. It's not going to work. Like everyone's going to, and that's what happened, because she got completely torn to shreds. And I'm just astounded that they didn't see that coming. And it's like your whole job is to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the public perception, and you fumbled it up this bad. So are you really that good a publisher if you can't even do that? You know, like all you have to do is not look bad. Like that is your job. You don't have to make the game. That's the hard bit. You just have to make that look good, and you failed. So yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Outbound Ghost is the game. I don't know the publisher, but you guys should look that up. It was such a fascinating saga. It's way more serious than what I had to put up with, because luckily with my situation, I got out before it even got to that level. But this dude, man, I feel so bad for him. He got he got a tough time. And he was really young too. He was like 23 or something. So it's like, yikes. It's crazy. Crazy world out there. So I think that's all the... Okay, I think that's all the transitions. But yeah, I think the lawsuit's still going from memory. Oh, it seems... Okay, this is working now, I think. Yay! Gabi can now... Oh, but it's got blending! I can see blending. Oh, no. No blending. Something still got blending in it. But at least it's not getting stuck anymore. Okay, that looks... Okay, so it's blending those poses, but but there's still some smooth blending happening somewhere. And when I jump here, it's like playing the poses correctly too, from the looks of it. So I'm just gonna slow motion it. No, hold on, there's something still wrong. It's one of these is using the wrong blend space. Huh, and that shouldn't be doing that. Let me check these again. But one of, yeah, this one, it has auto blending on, get out. And then I think I want to get rid of one of these. But yeah. Rehab X, very insightful, yeah. Motion matching is... Okay, yeah. Is that some new Unreal 5 thing? Yeah. Then there's no way I'm gonna know what that is then. And I'm probably not... I'm very much in the camp of not upgrading the engine. Unless motion matching is gonna sort of, you know, 10 times the development of my game or something. I don't know. Motion match, because if it's anything that's modifying the animations, I feel like that's sort of a no. That's a danger zone territory for me because of the style. If you do anything that kind of modifies the animations, it just seems like you don't want to do that with this style. It's gonna make it off. It has to stay looking as deliberate as it does in Blender. And I can see there's more blending here that I have to get rid of. So yeah, there's just a bit of auto, yeah, in here too. I'm just gonna like click on every one of these just to make sure. I'm finding them everywhere. Here too, god damn. I keep thinking surely this will be the last one, but there's more. Yeah, this one too has blending. Because again, we can't, if we do that blending, it's gonna look as jank as the old model, which is a bad move. And it, yeah, the static jump is not, something is not right about it. It's like not blending the poses right. Or, no, it's not quite that. I'll try to explain it. I have, once I get the auto blending off, I'll try and demonstrate what the next issue is with this. Wow, I like left a lot of these on. Okay, I think that's it. Please let that be it. Oh, this one. Oh, I didn't, huh. Why did that one have it? I don't know. But this also, yeah, this also needs transitions to things. Wait a minute. Oh, it needs this. Because yeah, then there's still that issue where she's getting stuck in her fidgets. And when she jumps, she just doesn't jump. Best thing for animation in 5.3 will change a lot of your stuff though. Well, yeah, I don't want things to change. I just want them as they are now. I don't want to put up with more things changing. So yeah, probably not in my wheelhouse. Probably not something I'd be prepared to do. Yeah, if it's something that like has to completely change the workflow, then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna avoid it. And what else? Hold on. There's more arrows I gotta draw. This also needs to point to for loop. I think. Yeah. For loop. It should pass through idle, but it doesn't do that all the time, so it's a bit irritating. Well, it doesn't really do it ever, actually. So this, if I plug these in correct, and I gotta make sure I keep forgetting to turn blending off. I just gotta make sure that to set that up so that it doesn't get caught while she's doing like stretches and stuff, that the animation doesn't get caught. Because that's what's happening at the moment. It's been happening for like the last week. So we might as well just fix that now. And there was one more here that had blending on that I didn't notice. Okay, that's fine. Well, yeah, hold on, let me look that up. What is motion matching? Well, see, even if... Oh, let's look at this. You guys keep talking about motion matching. So yeah, you see how this is like... this looks like the kind of Unreal character animation. I'm guessing it's got something to do with this line. This is cool, but this is not going to work in my game. I wonder if you guys can guess why. I know why. I will see if you can guess. It looks to me like it's trying to like change the animation depending on your movement vector with its legs. So for those who have been paying very close attention, you'll know instantly why this won't work for me. I'm gonna see if you can guess. It's one word. There's one word that could summarize why this won't work, and I want to see if you guys know. Rehab is sort of close. It would probably smooth them out, or even if it didn't smooth them out, if I tried to keep them choppy, the frame rates would change between different ones. But there's another word. There's another word for it that describes precisely why this would look jank as hell in my game. Oh, it tries to predict your motion. Well, what is trying to predict our motion? The engine, right? It's the animation engine, or whatever feature it is trying to predict your motion. It isn't that, this is agnostic to the speed of the game. This is another principle entirely. I want to see if you guys can guess it. I know some of you will know it. You'll know the word. I want to see if you know. Because what is doing the work here? I'm going to try and give you some questions to see if you can figure out the answer. So what's happening is the computer is choosing the keys. It's choosing the foot placement, I think, from the looks of it. It's like inventing, it looks like it's inventing new poses to match your movement. And this is really reactive and cool, but it violates one of the key principles of this animation style. And can you guess what that is? Mongo's got it. Intentionality. That's right. So this is not intentional. This is automatic. This is calculated. And if you've watched the Arc System Works GDC talk 200 times like I have, you'll know that anything chosen by the computer, anything that's chosen or automatic or calculated is going to completely throw off the look, and it's going to go straight into the uncanny valley. Straight into this. This looks fine on this character. It looks completely fine on... This is probably why everyone thinks this is a cool feature, because it looks fine in this example, but if you're doing anything remotely unconventional like me, it's not gonna work. Because an anime character doesn't move like this. This is how an actual person would move. But with anime, it's deliberate. The artist is choosing things. But in this case, if I implement this, I am no longer in control, and I'm no longer choosing the movement. The computer is now choosing it. And that's going to clash with all of the manual hard work I've put into the character to make things on purpose look a certain way. If I then do that with trying to do this automatic animation stuff, yeah, you can just imagine what's going to happen. It's going to look like, you know how the current in-game model before this one, like the one from before, you know how that one looks a bit off? That's what's going to happen. It's going to look off, but for a different reason. And people are going to see clips of it, and they're going to see Gabi running like this, and they're going to go, oh, this is cool, but there's just something a bit weird about the walk. And they won't know what it is, but they'll know, like, that walk, the way she, like, moves is a bit strange. But if you put that same movement on this guy, it'll look fine. But on Gabi, it's gonna look a bit weird, because it isn't intentional. But yeah, this is cool. I'm not trying to, like, crap on this feature. Like, this is cool, but it's just not... This is why I don't really pay attention to Unreal 5, because all of this is not stuff I can use. This violates the rules of what I'm doing. Because what I'm doing is very low-tech, artist intent, very much relying on manual details and not calculations. And all of the new features they're adding are taking control away from the artist and giving it to the computer, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's bad. That's good for most people. But if you're deliberately wanting something that looks a certain way, this is not congruent with that goal. This is for, like, anything else. So that's kind of a great example of why I kind of just don't pay attention to Unreal 5. And even if, let's say we take that, we add another reason on top of this. Let's say that maybe it would look good anyway, even if it's calculating this stuff, and it'll look good on my model, and that frame rate will be consistent, and it'll look hand keyed. Let's say that that's all true, and I upgrade my engine to 5. Who knows what's going to happen there? The wall run might stop working again. That's happened before. The grind might stop working. The menus might stop working. The camera might stop. That has happened too before, where the camera just straight up, the FOV system I wrote completely screws up. We might have to rebake a lot of stuff. Maybe it doesn't like the way I've used reflection probes and it has a new standard and I have to go and redo a bunch of stuff. You know, maybe there's some new blueprint convention that I'm not privy to and I have to go update all my old blueprints. Maybe there's some node I'm relying on that doesn't exist anymore, that they've depreciated, that I have to upgrade. And that's just 10 examples. If we sat here for another hour, we could probably come up with 100 more of possible points of failure of where this could completely go wrong. Hell, even this morning on stream, I just opened this file and it went wrong without me even doing anything. Imagine how much more would go wrong if I tried to upgrade at the moment. If the only reward I get is getting this system I'm not going to use, then that's kind of a waste of time at that point. So that's why I don't do it. But I mean, this is like cool. Like maybe for some other game someday I'd want to use something like this if I was doing a different art style, but not currently. Copy it and find out. Yeah, but do you know how much time that would take? You know, it's kind of quicker to just not go down that road, I found. Sometimes, because it's like, what's in it for me? What's it gonna do? What is Unreal 5 gonna give me that I don't already have? And I don't see anything, even that, I know that's a cool system, but I don't need that. I don't want it and I don't need it. So it would waste my time to do that. And like, you know, I'm not gonna be vital and young forever, right? So I'd rather just stick with 4 because it's stable, it has what I need, and I don't have to like worry about it. I mean, I still have to worry about it breaking, but I don't have to like worry that there's some depreciated node or something, you know? But yeah, those are my pretty solid reasons why I kind of just I just don't upgrade unless there is an absolute reason, like necessity demands that I upgrade. Like, we cannot continue doing anything unless we upgrade. Unless it's one of those situations, which is rare, then it's like, yeah, it's not happening. Also, doesn't UE5 have higher system requirements too? So I think by doing that, because even if I just upgraded it for the sake and didn't use those features, I've now just increased the minimum requirements for my game for no reason. And I don't know, man, it just doesn't seem like the right move. If I was starting a brand new project though, I would go with 5, but this, I've already been in this one for a bit, and it just seems like not a good move. Every action has a reaction, and I don't want to find out what the reaction is of doing that, of taking that contingency, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's a cool feature. It's just not for me. So I just gotta check the idle transitions. I think I've got most of them. I think there's one missing. Oh, 2 missing. Yeah, this needs to go to ledge grab start. Better go to the program you know best. Indeed, I concur. Rehab says it depends if you use the new systems like Nanite. Well, yeah, I don't want to use that stuff either because it's photoreal stuff. That's not what I'm interested in. I mean, hell, like Guilty Gear uses Unreal 3, and that looks incredible. So it's like, I don't need more graphic fidelity. I don't need that stuff. I know everyone kind of loves, you know, but I'm sort of in the more of the camp of I want games with like worse graphics that are more fun type thing. That's sort of the camp I'm in, or just, you know, more stylized and not realism. And UE4 is like, it's already kind of overkill for the kind of lighting I want anyway. Yeah, I gotta make it. I really need to make a video about that because I get asked that so often. And yeah, it's. I think yeah, it is smart. Like unless you need to upgrade, it kind of seems like a better move to just not do it. I think that's all of them. I think it's all there. Let me just check. Jump start, fall loop, ledge grab, grind, slide. Full start. Oh, there's one missing, I think. Fall loop, ledge start, grind, slide. There's one missing. Jump start is missing. And I've left blending on for some of these as well. I've just remembered that yeah, some of these will have blending on them. Oh, because there's so many of these little errors. There we go. But yeah, from what I saw of that demo though, I think you're still gonna need an animation blueprint. It just seems like a specific kind of blend space. Like I don't think you wouldn't avoid this, if you're thinking I'm gonna be able to avoid doing this by upgrading, I don't think so. From what I saw, doesn't look like you can avoid doing this. Which is, I don't know, I don't mind. This isn't that hard. It's just a bit tedious, but tedium, I'd much rather have tedium than catastrophe. Okay, I'm just checking the blending state again, because... Alright, that's all good. That's all checked up. But this, when you gotta copy this... sorry, no, that's not the right one. This transition. And now I think she will not get stuck doing jumping jacks anymore. So I've been wanting to fix that for a while. And it looks like and then there was an issue with the jump. Okay, I think the jump might be working again. So now it doesn't... Oh no. So the jump doesn't play sometimes. That's something I still haven't quite worked out. But yeah, so sometimes we get the Olympic jump and sometimes we don't. Like here. So I don't know what the deal is with that. But let's try and see if she starts doing... Okay, so that animation does cancel. That's great. But does it go into the jump state? I don't think it does. Let me see. No, there's something... No, it's playing the wrong jump. It's playing the wrong jump. Yeah, it's not... there's one issue now. It's just not playing jump start when it's supposed to. I just don't know why. What's this? Okay, that's all. Those blend spaces are the correct ones, but it just seems to be skipping over this sometimes, and I just don't know why that's happening. Unless there's like blending I'm not seeing that's still there. No, no blending. Or maybe the fall state or the landing doesn't. Does the landing have a transition to the fall? No, it doesn't. It only has one out to idle. Okay, because it seems to be like skipping and going to the fall state and not the jump. Like here, you can tell because when the jump happens, that ascend pose maintains longer, whereas in the fall, she instantly crouches in the air. So it shouldn't be doing that. It should be consistent every time, and it isn't. So it's doing it wrong here. And I can't seem to get it to... What is going on? And yeah, now it does the other jump. You see how it's doing the wrong jump? But now it's doing the other... Yeah, it like sometimes plays the right one and sometimes it doesn't. That's aggravating. Why is that happening? Because these all have, I've checked, these all have the same transitions to the same ones, but the maybe it's the opening. Could be this. Well, no, I don't know. The ones that plug in are just these two. Is not has jumped and is not in air. So it's the his not has jumped. Maybe that his not, this thing that's checking for has jumped. Maybe that's not being done properly. The has jumped bull. Maybe that's just not, is there a way I can like check for, I think that, I want to check for that because I think that boolean is not being set right. Do I do anything with it here? Has jumped. Find references. Set has jumped. Feline character has jumped. I'll set this to true all the time. And we'll see if that still has that issue. You know, it still has the issue, even if it does have is jumped. So, okay. So, the boolean is fine. It's setting when it's meant to set. But even if it is set to true, it's not... Because it should always be doing the right pose. It should be the Olympic jump pose, and it's not always doing it. Huh. Is there another way? Is there somewhere else this is... Yeah, it's only being set once. So that's really strange. So that must mean that there's another rule interfering with this. So that boolean is fine. It's just there's something else interfering with it. One nice UE5 feature is state alias, which can help get rid of spaghetti. I mean, that's cool, but I don't think that's worth upgrading the whole engine to just for that. It would be nice though, but... Does it have anything to do with how long it's pressed? I mean, it shouldn't. I'm just tapping, yeah, then it changes to the other and I'm pressing it for like the same time. I'm just tapping the spacebar. And if I hold it, yeah, it's like inconsistent. I'm holding it down. And yeah, sometimes it like plays it once and then never again. So it's like if I move and do it. Oh, what the hell? So it's like if I move and then do it, it'll do it once and then it will reset when I move again. That is what? That's so weird. So it seems to do it once correctly and then it doesn't. And then if I go and move somewhere, it'll do it correctly again. So that tells me it has something to do with these two states, these idle states here. I've plugged something in wrong here. Because this is like, it has something to do with this. Because it's going out of this state instead, which means I've got something wrong here. Well, that's the same. No, that doesn't make any sense. It has the same state transitions as the other idle. So I don't understand. I can figure this out. I always figure it out. It's staring me right in the face, probably. There's something staring me right in the face. It's probably obvious. When I know it, it'll be obvious. But because this transition to here and that transition from here to here is the exact same. So I don't know. Game theory, where I'm gonna just unplug this state. And we'll see what happens if it still has that bug. Yeah, it still has it. Okay, so it's not that then. It does it once and then never again. Until I move. What if I change directions? Okay, no, it has to be when I'm idle. So maybe... No, but that's the same state. The idle run is the same state. So why does it care if I've not moved? Because the only time that transitions out of this is here and I've just unplugged it and it still does it. So because when I'm moving and running and when I move and then stand still, it's the same state it's transitioning out of. Why does that reset it? I don't understand. Maybe it's in the land. Oh, this is tough. What if I... Hold on. Game theory time. What if I set this to false all the time instead of... I'm gonna skip that cast. And if I keep it set to false, what happens? I've done it with it set to true. What if I set it to false? Okay, when I set it to false, she always does this move. Okay, so I know what that is then. So no, this is not the has jumped thing. This is something else. Oh, I can figure this out. Oh, it's... Oh, it's something to do with things that plug back into full loop. I think. Aha! It's this arrow. It's this right here. If we go to idle to is in air. I think I found it. But there's another one somewhere. It's this one. Gotta add a not state. It's gotta be this. It has to be this. That's the only time you can get out of idle and go back to falling. But no, that doesn't really make sense either. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it does. No, yeah, it's definitely this. It does make sense. I'm not crazy. It does make sense. I will show you. I will. I know everyone's doubting me right now, probably, but I will show you. I'm not the crazy one. It is Unreal who is crazy. So I have to copy this. So it's is an error and is not jumped. That's it. That's the key. I gotta find the... Aha, there, this one. Okay, let's give that a spin. Now if I do it... Oh, it's still doing it. It's still doing it wrong. Well, it's a little bit more consistent. Oh no, it's like half as more consistent, but it's still not 100%. No. No, it's still broken. I could have sworn that was it. Okay, maybe I am the crazy one. No, but here it did it twice in a row there and it worked fine. Now it's not doing it. Okay, it's still only after I move. Why is it only after I move? That's so stupid. Why is it only there? It's playing like the different jump transition. That is frustrating. Because I want it to all... Yeah, I don't want this lame... This old jump. I want always the new jump. All the time. Yeah, it did it that one time here. But it only does it once. Ah. Oh, take 22. Thanks so much for the $2. You're not gonna lie, you love that jump animation? Well, I would love it more if it played all the time. Oh, but thank you. I would like to love it, but I'm not ready to love it just yet until it works. Cosmic Hiroshi. Oh, you're 2 hours late. Oh, unacceptable. I'm gonna have to ban you. No, I'm just kidding. You're good. Oh, wait, hold on. What are you talking about, Guilty? Yeah, you said something about the jumps. Hold on. Let me find that message. You're talking about Guilty Gear physics. In Guilty Gear Xrd, when Answer jumps, who's Answer? Is that a character? They use physics-based animation on his scarf. I'm gonna disagree. I don't think so. They wouldn't do that. They would make it look good enough for you to think it was physics-based, but I can guarantee you it was hand-keyed, probably. That's not how they do things. Was this for... Which Guilty Gear game was this? This was... Oh, no. If this was Xrd, it's definitely not physics-based. I'm pretty sure, because that... What's the name of the... Answer? Is that the name of the character? I'm curious now. I don't think it's physics-based. Yeah, this character. I think I've seen some animations of this one. I can tell you right now, that scarf is hand-keyed. It's rigged and hand-keyed. That's how they do... That's the pipeline they do for every character. Even characters with long hair, same deal. They wouldn't change it just for this dude, because getting physics to work on this is like impossible in this style. If you don't believe me... Well, these are all poses from the game. These are all key poses. There's no way that's done with physics. That's hand posed. That's fan art, so it doesn't count. Yeah, because I've looked at a lot of their documents, and they actually like do the... They do even more scary stuff than hand keying scarves, but they would definitely hand key the scarf. I'm gonna search it though, because I want to see the animation. I'm curious now. You've piqued my interest. Is this gonna have gameplay? I don't think either of these is that character, is it? It's this dude. Yeah, look, I haven't really played the game much, but I just like how it looks. But yeah, because they have lots of characters that have like long hair. So it's this dude, right? Yeah, that is not physics-based. Let's up the resolution. Oh, it's 720 is the highest we can go. That, no way. That is not physics-based. That is, I can see where they bend it here with the bones, and where they've posed it. You see how these two poses, it shares the same keyframe here. It's way off to the side of the screen. You can see it. There's this key pose that the scarf is in, and then it's about to go out, and then it goes back to that pose again. Yeah, you see it goes out and then back. Physics doesn't... I don't think physics does that, does it? It just... It calculates every frame, and every pose is going to be different each time, because it has to recalculate it. It's just they've done such a good job that you didn't notice. That's what you're seeing, and that's why I respect this so much. Because look at that. It does look like... You see here, it kind of looks like it's... on this frame, it looks physics. No, they've just scaled the scarf to trick you. And then it instantly snaps... and deforms. And then it holds its poses. That's how I know it's not physics-based, because it isn't flopping around at 60 FPS. And it follows the exact frame rate of the character. You can't do that with physics. Or if you could figure out a way to do it with physics, it would be more work to do it with physics than to just hand key it. And it's same with this girl's hair. It's the same. All of that big thing of hair is rigged. And I've seen the rig for it. It's insane. That entire ring of hair is all rigged with bones. Like I think it's like 60 in the hair to like move different bits of it and stuff. But anyway, yeah. So that scarf is definitely hand keyed. That's yeah. I've studied them enough. I know what they would do. They would hand key it, and it looks hand keyed. They did some magic. Well, you know what that is. You know what that magic is. It's back to the key word that we keep talking about. They preserved the artist intention all the way to the end. That's the magic that you're seeing, and that takes suffering, like what I'm going through right now. But that's the magic. There's actually nothing that fancy about it, really. It's just like a monumental amount of effort. That's what makes it look magic, is that it wasn't just automatic. And I respect it a lot, because it's like, you don't, like, even the technology, one thing that was so brilliant, if any of you guys have looked into this, you'll realize that, oh, someone could have done this in 2004, because the technology has been there so long for these techniques. To do animation like that, to do models like this, you could have done it on a Windows XP machine. You could have done it with Blender 1. You don't need like new technology, but it's novel. It's still novel, but it's using old technology in a new creative way. And I think that is really cool. I think it's actually harder to do that than to invent new technology, because new tech comes out all the time. But you don't see a monumental shift like the impact that Guilty Gear had on like 3D graphics. That doesn't come along very often, because it's actually a lot harder to do that than to just invent like better GPUs or something. Like that kind of creative thinking is much rarer. And it paid off so well that you thought it was physics based. So that's how good they are. You don't even notice. But yeah, it's respectable. It's really awesome. I'm at a loss for what's going on with this, with these transitions. I gotta study it again. Because I want the jump to happen all the time, not just once. Let me think. I gotta think. Photorealism is default now in gaming? I think it was 5 years ago. I think it is changing. You're seeing a lot more games that have like Spider-Verse type graphics, or like alternate stylized, or hell, if you look at the mobile scene, that is definitely not realism at all. It's all like indie low poly, Unity Asset Store style. That's kind of the more popular one I'm seeing now. But I guess in just AAA, yeah, maybe it's still a bit photorealistic, I suppose. Nearly every new game looks like Enshrouded. I don't know that one. Enshrouded. Wow, yeah, that does look generic. That literally, I could probably go to the Steam homepage and see 10 games that look like this. But oh wait, actually no, this isn't gameplay. This is just this is the cover art. The cover art actually doesn't look too bad, but what's the? Oh yeah, this looks like the Halo engine. There's this thing that people are doing now, I'm noticing in AAA. I've seen this in Halo and like maybe one other game, is that they over sharpen everything. Like it looks like there's a sharpening filter on it, and everything looks like it's made of rubber. Like the rocks look like they're sort of rubbery, and they have like a crisp sharpened filter on them. And the wood, like this growth, it looks like it's made of like rubber. Is it just me? Because I kind of feel like a lot with these sorts of screenshots. Like that bit of leather, it looks like rubber. The way it's sort of shiny there. I don't know. It could just be me though. Yeah, rubbery? Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom because I need to just have a quick like brain reset. I gotta reboot myself. So I'm gonna be back in a minute and I'll see if we can like try and tackle this approach without, I don't know, without going insane. So I'll BRB in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, please watch ads, and I'll be right back with you. I saw you. You're spamming emotes in my chat. That's very naughty. I'm gonna have to ban you forever for that. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. Oh, well, it's the Gabi's emote. Okay, so that's fine. You're good. If it was any other emote, it would have been over for you, my friend. If it's anything that's not on brand, it's gone. Nah, you're good. Oh, what's this? Debating the photorealism. I honestly, I'm gonna be real, I do not care. Like, I just don't care about photorealism. I think, like, there are some games I like that kind of do wear that look really well. But I don't know. I just like what looks cool. That's just my barometer. Whatever looks cool. Some games are photorealistic and look cool. And I'm like, yeah, I like those. And then there are plenty that don't, and I just don't really look at those ones. I thought Last of Us looked pretty good, though. I haven't played the new, because they've re-released it like how many times now, but the original one running on PS3 hardware, that was a beautiful game, even though it was like photorealistic, but I thought it looked gorgeous. But that's probably because they were doing a little bit more than just photorealism. There's actually quite a lot of tricks they do that you don't really see today. Like the way they do light rays and lens flares, it's sort of like the old school way, which is why it probably looks really cool. But anyway, we could debate photorealism for hours. I still don't have like a clear, obvious like answer in my head yet of what is going wrong. Let's study it one more time with this jump, because I want to like improve the jump animation itself, but it's not going to matter if we can't get it to play consistently every time. So I want to just knock that over, because I'm gonna have to fix this later anyway, so I might as well do it now. As much as I'd like to hop back into Blender, this has to get fixed. So it seems to be consistently resetting it when I stop moving. So if I do this, it always plays the Olympic jump, but if I jump while moving, it doesn't. Well, hold on. Yeah, so it's not while I move. It's, oh wait, now it was working like 2 times there. See, I don't know what's going on. I'm almost tempted to just like delete all of this, start over, but that's gonna take so long, so maybe not. But what is going on? I'm just trying to like, I'm sure that if I look at this long enough, it'll just jump at me and it'll be obvious. Because the states look good. Like, I'm looking at the rules and it's like, yeah, if you're doing that, do that. And it's like, it makes sense. But then it's not acting like the way I want. Can we actually visual? I don't know if it's actually going to visualize it for us or not. If I try and like simulate this. Okay, so maybe we can look at it here. Yeah, it skips. Oh, it's skipping straight to the jump loop. So it's not going to the fall, it's going straight to the jump loop. Okay, I didn't pay attention to that. So what's the deal? How does one simply skip? Oh, you know what it is? This has actually been a problem for a while, but it's just looking different now because we've changed the length. But there was an issue with depending on the frame rate you were running the game, it would skip some of these. So it's skipping over this sometimes. And I think it was doing it for the fall too, but the fall seems to be a bit more consistent. Yeah, so the fall is consistent for whatever reason. Oh, except there. Yeah, even the fall actually isn't consistent. So that's actually an issue we've had for a while. Okay, well now I know that those are the same problem at least, because that is a problem I've been aware of. So so if I fall off something and keep running. Okay, no, it plays it both. I don't know why the fall is more. It's that little tumble she does when she falls off something. That's consistent. I don't know why it's consistent there and not for the jump. There's like maybe one time where it doesn't like do it. Yeah, that was consistent. Huh. So, okay, so it is just skipping over this then. So let's check the transitions. From fall start, where does this end up going? This gets to the fall loop, and I think the transition here is the same. Yeah, it's the same transition. From the jump start to the jump loop. Well, I'll copy it anyway, because that has sometimes worked, would you believe? If I just delete it and copy it again, it does work sometimes. What's the playlist? Oh, I wish I could give you a playlist, but this is all like licensed music I've just found. And it's not on Spotify or anything. It's not like on a streaming service. It's all just from like Envato Market, stuff like that. So unfortunately, I do not have a readily available playlist, but I can recommend you some other music. Actually, I do want to change the song I've got. I've been listening to Frederick Robinson this whole time, but I want to switch it up a bit. What music am I vibing right now? Oh, you know, I was listening to this the other day. This is actually pretty sick. It's some like Japanese artist. But it sounds like music out of a movie, but it's not. It's just like some album. I'll link this. This is cool. Where's the share link? But yeah, I think all of my stuff I play on stream, some of it is licensed, some of it is like royalty free. But yeah, it's like, I think if they did put it on Spotify or something, it'd probably like get copy ID'd. So that's probably why they don't put it on those platforms. So I would hunt down like freemusic.org, Envato Markets, that sort of, those places. So yeah, you probably won't find them on Spotify, unfortunately. But because I have the rights to use them, I think there's one song that I do really want to have in the game that I think I actually am allowed to put in. So maybe if it's permissible, I might even just be able to release it myself as part of like the soundtrack or something. I just have to like double check the license terms, because some of the ones I have are literally just attribution only. So you don't, I could just like include them as part of like a commercial release of like the soundtrack for the game or something. So that's exciting. That's the cool thing about using licensed music. Well, royalty-free music anyway. But yeah, but that could be a while off before I do any sort of music releases or anything. I just gotta figure out. So, okay, so we know exactly what the problem is. It's just skipping this jump for some reason. That's all we need to work out. That's the last stage. We just gotta work this out. Isn't air has jump? Yeah, like this, because it's going through here to jump. Because there's no way to bridge this to jump loop. It has to go through this. So it is going through it, but it's like skipping to the end or something. Just trying to see if there's any blending it's trying to do. Okay, there's no blending. Because I've replaced the states and it doesn't seem to be making a difference. Maybe if I just have this plugged in only. Wonder what happens. Okay, no, it still doesn't really work that reliably. I just don't know why it resets when we stop moving though. Like that's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Unless, no, that doesn't make sense. Unless it's like the blend space itself has some weird problem. Which I doubt. I don't think so. Target weight. Yeah, this looks fine. Because I was thinking maybe the blend space has some like weird thing on it, but there's like nothing really to do here. Maybe this does need to be on loop, because that was like the only thing I've like recently changed. Oh, okay, no, it still doesn't work reliably. So I'll turn that back off. Reset playtime when blend space changes. We'll leave that off. Start position, sync, I don't know what that is. Ignore relevancy test. Maybe? I don't know, that might do something. Let's try that. No. That's aggravating. Epidemic Sounds? Oh yeah, I've heard of that one. I don't think I've licensed anything from there though. Because that's like, isn't that like a subscription or something? Epidemic Sound. I'm pretty sure that's like the subscription one, right? Yeah, I think so. Pricing. I'm just looking it up. Yeah, it's like a per month thing. I try to avoid subscriptions because, you know, budgetary reasons. But there's probably some good stuff there. Might be worthwhile to put a list of songs that a bot could answer. That is a good idea. Could a bot post links? Maybe. I could even like try to. Well, I don't know. Would people want a link to Envato markets? Because some of them you have to buy. Like you can't just listen to them. Like, or if you do, you'll try and listen to them, and it'll have like the audio jungle over the top. But I don't know. Maybe if people want it. Whose budget, Terry? Oh, good one. Good one. My favorite that comes on stream end is the one that goes read off the... Oh, that one. Yeah, that's my favorite too. It's pretty good. I think that's Broke for Free, which is... I relate to that name a lot. But yeah, it's a good one. You can mute, hold on, you can mute states? Oh, I have to disconnect them all. Well, I don't want to do that because I've just put in hours of work to connect these. Is there just a thing where I can right-click mute it or something? I don't know. But yeah, at least I just need to figure out why it is... Maybe if I tick always reset on entry? I don't know what that is. Let's see what it does. Feels like something that would help. Okay, no. Not helpful at all. It's still not doing the right jump. It's doing this really, you know, it looks limp. It's kind of not great. Because no, we have solved this. I remember we've solved this before. We did solve this before once. I don't remember how. But I have a game theory. If it, oh, I'm gonna hate if this is it. If this is the answer, I'm gonna be so annoyed. I think it's the anim notifies. That has to be it. That's the only thing we haven't looked at. Because the state machine looks fine. So it has to be the anim notify. Something's going wrong in Lego City with the anim notifies right now. And we have to help them. It's just a question of which animation is the one with the bad notify. So if I move this back a bit further to like frame 15... I don't want to do this because it's going to cut off the last frame of the animation. But if this is what it takes, then, well, I guess that's all the only option I have, I guess. Gabi jump idle. So this one too, it has to be at frame 19. If that is the solution, I'm going to be so annoyed. No, it's not the solution. Well, at least we can rule that out. So it's not the anim notifiers. Those are fine. So I can move those back to where I wanted them. Oh, it doesn't let me undo that change. Okay, well that's just lovely. I have to manually punch that number. So it's not the anim notifiers are fine. But it's just something else. Something else that's wrong. My theory is that that tick box of can enter transition must still be true at some point. It has to, maybe it's true on entry, it's not being set back to false at some point, and I don't know when that is. That has to be what it is. Gabi jump moving. Oh, I'm not gonna find the other animation. So I just gotta move this back, because I like having this in a certain spot on the timeline. Like there, that's where I want it. So it has to be that can enter transition. So yeah, like if I unplug that, it will get stuck on the jump now. Or not. Or it never enters the fall state, but it always consistently, yeah, so it is that tick box. Because now it's consistently playing the right one, but it gets caught in a loop now. So it never plays the full animation unless we wall jump. So you can see it's like doing a loop. So it is definitely that variable. We've narrowed it down to this specific variable. The question is, how on earth do I get that to be the right thing exactly when I need it to be? Because I don't think I've had to do anything up until this point. Let me check the other anim notifiers. Not that one. Oh, no, hold on. I need a... Oh, where is it? So it's that Boolean. Because this never gets... Oh! Well, it's meant to turn itself back off, but I guess that isn't always working. Well, that's lovely. I guess that would mean then I need to create another notify at the beginning of all of those to make absolute sure that this gets turned back off, because this seems to be an unreliable way of doing it. I was kind of had a feeling that this wouldn't be the right way anyway, but now I feel like I know for sure, so I have to make another anim notify. Well, God, that's tedious, but that might just work. It's stupid enough that it might work. So if I go to frame 1, new notify, and we'll call this start And I just gotta go and add that to everything now, which is great. Or I could maybe adjust the jumps. Maybe it'll just work if I just do it with the jumps. Because it needs to switch that can enter transition back off without using delay. Bit tidier. Well, let's give that a shot. No, still doesn't do it. I think I know why though. Oh, wait, no. This might not even work because let me think. Maybe, but because that other the thing it's blending into is not going to have any notifiers on it at all. But it, no, hold on, I think I can work this out. No, wait a minute. Yeah. So doing it on just those would not have been enough anyway. So I gotta commit and add them all to every single one. So. All right, well now looks like a great time to read chat because I don't need to be that switched on. This is just repetitive copy-paste type stuff. Is this UE4? Correctamundo, my guy. It's UE4. And no, before you ask, I'm not upgrading to 5. I am loyal. 4 has done me good. Well, Gibbo, I don't like using anim notifiers this way, but this is the only way to do it the way I want. We've tried doing it the other ways. We tried exactly what all the forums told us to do, and none of that worked. Because of... there's a few reasons. So I have to go about it this way. There are advantages to this, but there are disadvantages, and this is one of the disadvantages. But yeah, if you can come up with a better way to do it that doesn't require blending to be turned on, because that was the main reason why we couldn't do it the normal way. If you can come up with a way where you can use it without blending and it still knows when an animation is ended, because using that little, I know what you're gonna say, that, oh, just use get time remaining ratio, doesn't work here. That's what I would think to do. That's what the official documentation says to do. That's what all the forums say to do. But in my case, it won't work because of the animation style. Because it requires blending to be turned on, and we've disabled it on purpose. And it doesn't tell you in the documentation that you can't use that node if there is no blending. It only works with blending. So this is what we have to do instead. And I think this will work. I'm just trying to think which ones do actually need this. Because some of these run on a loop. So I guess I'll put the start on the ones with loops, and I will put the ends on one that is supposed to actually get out of the loop. Just so that every opportunity there is for a new animation, it switches that boolean back off. Just in case it gets left on by anything, there are so many opportunities for it to turn it back off when I do this. That's the idea, just brute force. That's probably what we should have done at the beginning anyway. But yeah, apparently, I'll give Unity this. Unity is better at handling this specific task because it has some type of... It knows when an animation is ended, like in a normal way that you'd expect. With Unreal, not so much. It actually is kind of complicated to get it to know when an animation is ended. That's the idle. Grind slow. Yeah, so I know, yeah, time remaining ratio doesn't work with blend time to 0. Yeah, I know, because that's what I was thinking. That's probably what you're thinking. Just use blend time in the transition rule. But we spent like an hour trying to get that working a few weeks ago, and nothing worked. You have to have blending set to like 0.2. But if I do that, well, if you've been watching long enough, you'll see what'll happen if I leave blending on. It'll do that thing where, as Gabi's transitioning between one pose and another, it adds the computer interpolation in for like half a second, and it completely like ruins the art style. And you go, aha, the frame rate has now changed, and it's to 60 FPS for like this millisecond, and now it's back. You see it a lot in the old model. If you actually pay close enough attention, you see that kind of blending happening all the time, and that's why everyone said that looked like something looked jank about it. That was one reason why. There's actually more than one reason, but one of the reasons why the old one looks so unnatural and uncanny is because it did have those split seconds of blending between everything. Which I didn't even notice it. And most players probably didn't even notice that it was the blending, but they knew something was wrong. They didn't know what it was, but they knew that there was something. So the price we pay of having people not have that reaction is doing this. Because the last thing I want when someone pays their hard-earned money for this game is for them to think that there's something off about it. That's like, it's game over, I failed. The suspense of disbelief is gone. And that's my job. My job is to suspend your disbelief so good that you forget where you are and you're immersed in the experience. And you don't see these weird janky animation glitches happening. Because who wants that? I know I don't. If I'm buying a game, I don't want that in my game. I'm just double checking these. So anything with a loop shouldn't have an end on it. What's this one? Oh yeah, this one is meant to have an end. But the end, I gotta reel that back a little bit. Am I able to plug in a curve? I'd rather not go there. I don't want any interpolation. And I don't know, I mean, maybe. But even so, it's gonna try to like blend the pose somehow, right? And I don't want it to do any of that at all. So I don't know, maybe I'll look into that at some point later. Of adding like a curve, just in case there's something left in there, it does. We did get stepped blending for blend spaces, but that's done a little differently. I think blend spaces do take curves too, maybe. So maybe I can use that for the blend spaces, because we're doing a bit of a different thing where I'm only updating it because the blend spaces use the character's velocity, and I'm like deliberately reducing the frequency at which it checks velocity to get the stepped blending, but that doesn't work on transitions. So there's that. But if I could do both with curves, that maybe. But I haven't really tried it before, so I'll play around with it when I get time. And then, well, because even if we do leave that blending in, because when we did have blending on, when you run the game at a low enough frame rate, the animations catch. And when I turned blending off, that stopped happening. So I think that was another reason why I just killed blending to 0 everywhere. Because if you ran the game at like 20 frames a second, it would just, the animations would start glitching out and they would catch. Which I've never heard anyone talk about in Unreal's like forums or whatever. Like I've never seen anyone mention that problem, but I opened up like another Unreal project and tried it and it did the same thing. So it's like, oh, interesting. I guess no one actually tests their games on lower frame rates then. Because yeah, for me, because I think when you run the game at 20 FPS, the color code changes on the FPS counter. It goes from like yellow to like red. And to me, that's an indicator of, okay, this is like the bare minimum frame rate it should run at. Like it should run fine at 20. Because that's like the absolute lowest low-end thing that anyone would like be. If the frame rate dips below that, you're not really going to be playing the game at that point. Like that's not really playable. But 20 is like it should. We shouldn't have issues at 20, but there is when you have blending on. But then when you don't have blending on, it sometimes skips over them. But that might have just been because of the way I did it with the delay node. That could have been what caused that. I'm just adding those in. I think I feel like I've skipped one. Okay, that looks fine. Wait, it says I've used Unreal enough to believe you instantly. Yeah, man. I have a bit of an abusive relationship with the engine myself, and I know when it doesn't like me doing something. I know when it has its buttons pressed and it doesn't like something. It has a tantrum and starts blending my animations weird. So I've learned to just avoid those conflicts if possible. I don't have the fortitude to, I don't know, fight too many of those battles, I guess. I'm just going to move that endpoint back a little, because I noticed that at low frame rates, if you move that notify too late, there's issues. Wow, there's a lot of animations. We're not even like... We still got like a few more to even make still, so this will not even be all of them yet. Didn't realize how many we'd made. There's got to be like 40 of them here. But a lot of them are very short, like literally some of those are just one frame. So it's pretty crazy. Oh, thanks for redeeming Hydrate. Can also fire off events at any point in the animation. Well, I think, yeah, you can just... Isn't that just like putting... You can like put these notifiers anywhere? Well, yeah, so I'm just putting them at the start and end because I want... I don't want like a continuous event happening the entire time. I just want at the beginning and end of each thing to check for the animation state or whatever. So like to turn that switch back off. Oh my goodness, there's so many. I didn't realize that's probably why the animation graph looks so intimidating, because we actually have a lot of animations. Like this is shaping up to be more than Gabi's old model even, the amount of animations there are. But I've noticed that like good characters tend to have a lot of these. Like a character that looks cool to control will usually have a lot of animations you wouldn't expect it to have, like a lot of little moving pieces. Okay, we're almost finished, almost through the list. I wish I could just use a keyboard only and not a mouse for this, because it'd be so much faster. Okay, that's all of them. Oh my god. Let's save everything. Oh my goodness. Should be able to do any blending if the curve is an instant 0 to 1. Well, that's curious. I'll have to check that out at some point, but I first need to learn how to use curves in the animation, which I'll do that in my own time. It's going to be boring to watch, probably. So now that that's done, please let this work. If this still doesn't work, I'm going to be so upset. Oh, it still doesn't work! It like works slightly more, but it's still not. Oh, you gotta be joking. So it works like half more reliably, but it's still not. You gotta be joking. Yeah, it's still skipping it. It's still doing it. I've explicitly told it not to do that. Oh, George is getting angry. Wait a minute. Wait a second. think I've just noticed something. I'm gonna tell you what I'm thinking in just a second. I just need to really pay attention right now. Oh, okay, never mind. My game theory was wrong. But there is something weird happening anyway, and that's that for whatever reason, unless this is plugged in wrong. Oh, okay. No, it was plugged in wrong, never mind, okay. The thing I was noticing is not, never mind. It was a dead end. But yeah, it's still skipping over jump start half of the time, except... Oh, that's why it only does it from... Oh... No, it still doesn't quite do it. It still skips it sometimes. So for... What? So, yeah, it's for whatever reason, when it transitions in and out back into idle run or idle, if you go to those two states twice, if it goes from the idle to either of those idle states, to jump start, to jump loop, it never goes back to jump start again, unless you go out of it into the other idle, and then back again. Well, that's basically what I described earlier, but seeing it in the graph is like something. I just don't know why it's still... Yeah, so you can't go back to that state. But it is resetting. I'm not crazy. I explicitly told it here that this is false. I am not crazy. Well, yeah, that didn't really... So that was a big waste of time. Because we still have the problem. But only in this. That thing I did should affect every animation. But it's... I mean, I guess... Maybe no, it wasn't a waste of time. Because now we've gotten rid of a delay node, which is always good. You don't want to work with delay nodes often. So it's actually... The fact that the other animations still work even is good. It's a good sign. Like, it blends correctly with these other ones. So it means that that is now all being controlled with the notifies. So there is something it's doing different that is... It's just we can't percept it because it looks the same to us. But that's good news. We have one less delay node in the project. But we still have this issue of the jump animation not playing when it's supposed to. Oh, God, that's frustrating. I'm actually so bored of this, but I have to get this finished. Like, I have to get this to work. Or else it's like there's no point in doing anything else. Like, this has to get fixed. I've just kind of had enough. I just want to tap the computer and then have it work, but that's not going to happen. Because I've looked at all of these transitions in and out, and they are all fine. The rules that they say of like when to transition to when is all fine, and it makes sense when I read it. It's like yes, 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 do that. Yes, yes, do this, but it's not doing it. Like, this makes sense. What's the other one? That makes sense. Maybe it has something to do, because the only difference between these both is this back transition. Because I was going to delete that one, but if I add this here... Maybe that will make it... I don't know. I'm out of ideas now. That's like the only thing I can think to try. This has to work, please. No. No dice. So what does this even do, actually, this transition? Because I have it plugged in from full start to idle, but there's no possible way you could even go to those states anyway. So if I delete that, maybe if I delete them both, because that kind of doesn't make... I know I've probably put it there for a reason, but when I read it, it makes no sense. No, that's not really changed anything. Oh, no, there is something. Hold on, I thought I saw it just there. Yeah, oh, yeah, it's the same thing. The land animation skips. So I do need that there. Or is that already happening? No, I do remember adding that node. I remember the states now, and I added that for a reason to fix something. Because yeah, sometimes when you move, the land animation just skips. Because it's meant to be a land. Yeah, and it doesn't play. So maybe that was also happening this whole time and we didn't notice. Yeah, there's meant to be a land. It plays it at idle. It's like, it's a bit more consistent now, slightly, but not all the time. It's like, oh. I've noticed something else. So if I cancel the land animation, when I try to jump again, it skips the jump start. Only if I try jumping during the land animation. That is so peculiar. So if I move this out of the way for a sec, when I go here, and if I go here, while this is happening, let me think. I gotta remember how I worded that. If I land and go back to idle, because after when the land happens, because I'm trying to enter this state before it goes here. So what happens is if I jump, it goes here, and it's meant to go here, but it goes here instead and then skips over it. That's the thing, So what I need, I think I've got it. This needs to go directly into here in the case that we animation cancel the land. I think that's the problem, is that if we animation cancel the land, it skips that, and there must be some other place that's also happening. And we need, yes, and we need to do it for the falling state as well. Please let this be it. Because this is actually something that I didn't notice that would make sense. Because that's the thing, is that this kind of makes sense why it's doing it. Because I'm trying to wait for that moment where it goes, oh, that makes sense why that was happening. And this might be it. No, it's still doing it. No, that didn't fix it. And it's still skipping the land animation sometimes. Well, at least that was I would have had to have done that anyway. Oh, and something's blending. Maybe because I didn't turn blending off there. Maybe that's why it didn't work in that case. Because that should have worked. It should have worked. Okay, let's try now. No, still doesn't work. I can see it. It's like more reliable. It's a bit better. Like now it's doing them consecutively in a row, but every once and so often it breaks. Like I can tell from the posing it's playing the right one. Okay, now it's actually consistent. But there was one time where it didn't do it. Yeah, and when I move it breaks when I move. And just there it broke. So it seems like if I stay idle it works now, but if I move it breaks. All right, well that's some progress, I guess. I'll take that. So when I do it while moving, and that's because in the moving state, the land gets cancelled as well. So there's something happening. If I can find the problem with the land animation cancelling while moving, that'll fix the problem. So if I solve that problem first, it'll de facto fix the other. Alright, well, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I hear there's a new press to make game button in UE5. Well, I'll have to upgrade them. I guess that's a pretty good feature. That will be worth upgrading. Maybe the idle shouldn't interfere with the jump start transitions. I don't think they do. They don't interfere with them. They transition to, because you have to transition to them. Oh, from them, sorry. So you have to have that. Otherwise she will like land and then get stuck. Like she won't go back to idle or vice versa. When she jumps, she won't start the jump pose. But there's something about the land when moving. I don't know why it's only when moving, because it's the same state. It's blending from the same state, so I don't know what the deal is there. Maybe, let me check something. I need to look at the notifiers for the lands. Gabi jump land, or no, Gabi land, that's what it's called. Or jump end, that's right. So it's this moving one. Well, I mean, those look kind of the same. If I, for the land, if I switch that out for jump end, if I just have the one pose, I wonder if that, because it might be the specific pose itself. Because that's the only difference between the two, really, is just that it blends to a different pose, which might be timed differently. So if I make that the same pose, that will narrow that out, if that's the case. Gabi jump. I cannot read this. Gabi jump end. So if I just switch it to this instead, so it only has one land pose and it doesn't blend them, does it still animation cancel while moving? Yes, it does. So it skips the land. So that must mean there is a transition going from jump loop or fall loop to idle run. That shouldn't be there. But I don't see it. No, I don't see it. Let's look at the... Oh, don't minimize. I just want you in the corner. There we go. Let's look at what happens to the land. Yeah, so it's when we move, for whatever reason, even though it's blending to the same, it's doing the same states, it's just when we do it when we move, it skips, well, it skips more, it skips the jump start as well, and it skips the landing. Only when we're moving. Even though it's the same blend space, it's going from the same state. So I'm just looking at where it's highlighted. Why on earth does it only skip it sometimes? And even now, it's slightly less consistent when I jump. Yeah, now it still skips to the jump loop every so often from the idle. Don't know why that is. I'm just watching where it goes. And it's still going... How on earth is it even getting to jump loop from landing? Because there's no transition that goes to there. Because it's literally skipping over bits of the little highway we've got here. And it's like, yeah, like it's going straight from landing to jump loop, and there is no transition going from landing to jump loop. There's one going the other way around, but not the other, not that way. So I'm thinking, what on earth? Oh, it's gotta be this, it has to be to do with this Boolean. Oh, I have a game theory now that I really don't like. I don't like this theory, but the only way this makes sense is if, it's if that the other animations turning this back on, it's agnostic of the state. So if I go to get from landing to jump, like the only way that logically makes sense is if it goes to jump start, but the end of the land turns on can enter transition, and before jump start can turn it back off, this transition catches it and goes, oh, this is on, okay, and then it goes to this. That's the only way that makes sense. But to fix that, I would have to come up with a completely other solution to transition the animations. Because this whole thing we've done with the Boolean, I'm gonna have to throw that out and come up with a completely new way of doing it. So I don't want to do that. Unless I make like a Boolean for every single animation, which doesn't... I don't want to do that either. I just want this to work. Unless there's some other state I can do in here. From jump start to jump loop. There is one thing I could add to make it stop doing that. I can add this. What? No, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. I could add that. That might work. God, but if this doesn't do it, man. If this doesn't do it, God. Yeah, I hate animation blend machines. Officially, I'm gonna say it. I hate these. Okay, well, it isn't skipping. I think that might have solved that. We might have patched that hole. Oh my god. It's just unbelievable, man. It's just a bit unbelievable that I have to even do this. But now it's always hitting jump start. It's never skipping it now. Thank goodness. I didn't think I'd have to be that specific with my states. So that must mean then that there's something else happening, because then that doesn't solve the landing skipping. So that means that there's a similar problem happening for the land. So the land, we have to be even more specific about when the land can play, or when it should play, and when it shouldn't skip over it. And that question comes down to, is just checking that good enough? Which, I don't know. I think it should be, but evidently it isn't. So if I... Because what's happening, I need to see it again. So we fixed one problem. Where when she jumps while standing still... Well, actually, will that still work while moving? No, it doesn't work while moving. But it works when idling. Now she always plays the right jump animation, when idling only. So that's at least something. It doesn't do it 10% of the time or whatever, it always does it. But why is it not doing it while moving? Because the transitions, it all uses the same transitions and stuff. That's why I'm a bit confused. Because the actual states are the same. And wait, no, hold on a minute, hold on. Wait a second. Did I see it skip? I wasn't looking at her character. Yeah, it did skip. Okay, it still does skip sometimes. Oh. Unreal, you've won again. God, this is like a 4-hour chess match right now against me versus Unreal. And I'm losing. The engine's winning right now. Yeah, so sometimes it still skips the jump start. Oh my god, can you just not do that? That's all I want. Oh, this drives me crazy. Oh my god. I just want good jump animations. That's all I want. Is that hard? Is that too much to ask you for? Is that too much for your little engine code, your little C++ to handle? Just good jump animations. That's all I want. And I just don't want it with blending. That's all I want. See, it sounds simple, right? Sounds simple, but no. Working without blending is, for whatever reason, 10 times harder. So why is it doing that? Oh my god. So I gotta look at all the transitions going. Where can it possibly skip this? Let's look at the transition to here. Well, you see, this is sensible. This thing right here. Maybe, unless I have to do the thing I did, wherever it was. Was it one of this one? Where I have to also, like, specify all this stuff? Which I shouldn't have to do, but if I have to do that... Oh my goodness. I think it's these. I'm just gonna copy all that. So do I have to copy all this as well, just to get this to work? So we don't want this one. Is in air, and has jumped. And then not this other stuff. So not this, not that. If I have to do that every time, because that's the only difference between every other transition, is that for whatever reason I've had to specify all this, and that seems to not break it. But these ones, these sensitive transitions that I'm noticing don't have these, and that's the only difference between the ones that work all the time and the ones that don't, is having this thing in it. Having all this stuff, where I have to specify that it's not ledge grabbing and all this stuff that I should not... Like, I shouldn't have to do that. But every time I have done that, it works reliably, and every time I haven't, it doesn't. So... if that's what I have to do... If that's what I have to do, then I guess I'll suck it up. I'll have to do it that way. So it means I also have to put it in here. Alright. I don't know if that's all of them. Let me just line these up. I gotta keep them neat. That's the only thing that's not making me go mad. What have you gotten done today? We've gotten frustrated. It's true. Well, we've animated the key blocking poses of a better movement while jumping, but we can't get it to play consistently in the game. And I feel like it's sort of a waste of time to try and animate anything else until we get this to reliably work in engine. So yeah, so what we can't do is it's meant to play this cool jump animation, but it only does it once. Like that. It only plays it once. And then when I stop moving, there's more problems. Oh, and now it's not even... Okay, now it's doing it. So it doesn't play consistently. And I need to get it to do consistently, because if I want to improve that animation, I need to see it in game. And if I only see it in game, like, once every blue moon, that's not very helpful. So I have to fix this. And I'll have to do this anyway, so might as well just get it over with. But this does not want to get over with. The task is resisting me. So is there any other points at which I need to specify more stuff? I think that could be it. Well, I mean, I just tried it and it still didn't work, so that wasn't enough. Whatever I did wasn't enough still. Oh. Oh man, like my brain just keeps thinking of Unity, but I don't want to go back there. I don't want to have to redo this in Unity. That would be way too much. I almost am tempted. I'm getting so mad that I'm almost tempted to. Why is it still skipping the land animation? Only when we're moving for some reason? I need to get to the bottom of that. I need to get to the bottom of like why it is just skipping over this only when we move to the same blend space. Wait a sec. Oh, that's this one. It's this one. I can't enter. Is that enough? Do I need to specify more here? No, because that... I mean, that's... Because that works when we idle. Is an air has jumped. Can enter transition. Why? Because the thing that I don't get... I don't know if this makes any sense, but when we're idle, I'll show you. When we're idle, you see how, I don't know if you can see it in the corner there. It goes from idle to jumpstart to land back to idle. Except, wait a minute. Oh, it goes here. Okay, well, whatever. It goes, and then sometimes it skips to jumpstart, which I still haven't figured out why it's doing that. But it goes jumpstart, land, idle. Except when I do this. If I start moving, it skips over landing when we're in the jump loop. It goes jump loop. Maybe, oh, hold on, no, wait a sec. I'm onto something. The difference is that when it skips the landing, it's always doing it from jump loop and not from jump start. So the transition here, well, it's the same transition, it's the same rule. It's just is not in air, it's doing the same rule, except when we do it from jump start, it's fine, but if we do it from jump loop, it's not fine. But it's the same rule. It literally says the exact same thing, is not in air is true. That's what it says for both of these. Why does it only work in, why does only one of these work? Because you see here when we jump and land, she like does a pose right when she hits the ground. She lands. It's a landing pose. But then if we move and we run, you see that she skips the landing pose, except here for some reason. Why does she only... So when we fall, it doesn't skip it. But if we jump, it does skip it. That is so obscure. So when we jump, it skips over it. And it's also not playing the right jump. Yeah, it just skips the land completely, except when we fall off something. Alright, well that gives me something to work with. So that fall loop's transitions must be slightly different to the jump loop's transitions. So it's this one. Well, that's the same rule! It's just the not is air rule, it's doing the same thing. But it works from here, but it doesn't work from... it's doing this again, oh no. Oh my god, it's like, it should not be this hard. Come on now. I'm just checking every transition now from fall loop. Wall ride, slide, grind. Wall ride, slide. This actually doesn't transition to grind. Oh no, it does. I'm just checking that all of them are the exact same transitions. They look identical. I'm just looking at the rules of like when it goes from a wall ride to what? Is traversing surface and not wall climbing? Oh, maybe there is a slight difference. Yeah, no, that's the same. Yeah. So the thing that's aggravating is that it works from like this other state. But this other state transitions to the same ones with the same rules. And it works from here, but it doesn't work from here for whatever reason. From the side view, it looks like she's disconnected from the ground. It shouldn't look like that. You mean like just when she's running? Well, yeah, when she's running down hills, but you know, her feet are on the floor. Maybe it's just the camera angle. Yeah, her feet are touching the floor. Because I want to see that jump. I want to see that graceful jump, but it plays the old one sometimes. Like this lame one. There we go. Oh, see, yeah. Oh my goodness. I can't, like, I'm stuck. I can't. Everything is like perfect. The rules are all the same rules. The transitions are all consistent. The only difference is like what gets to where, which is what's meant to be like where it arrives at this and where it arrives at that. But how they get from here to the other places is the same. But one of them it skips it and the other one it doesn't. And I've like never, I don't know how to fix that. Cause I'm looking at all this and it's like the same. I'm just checking them again. Yeah, I've checked all these. Yeah, all the states are the same. I have to take a break. No, I can't. Like, it's not done. I have to finish it. I can't. I feel terrible taking breaks. I know that every time we get into this situation like this, I always figure out something. Every time, except today for some reason. Except today. It's not acceptable. This has to work. There is no way that this doesn't work the way it's meant to. I've checked every single rule like 5 times. And they're all immaculate. The conditions are immaculate. Perfect. 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 But for whatever reason, it's just, it doesn't want to do it. It has to be something obvious. It's always something obvious. And I know that if I don't stop, I'll eventually stumble across it. But I literally am out of ideas. I'm completely out of ideas. And I know this is not one of those things I can look at Unreal forums for, because no one is setting up animations the exact way I'm doing them, with where they go out and deliberately remove blending. Like, no one is doing that. So what will work for those people is not going to work for me, because I've seen, a few weeks ago we were looking at that kind of thing, and I was looking up animations catching at low FPS, and the solution everyone kept saying was to use time remaining ratio, which we've established doesn't work in my case. So it's one of those things where it's like you can't just Google it and it will, like, the answer will be apparent. It's like a specific problem to my specific requirements that no one is going to be able to fix but me. But I can't fix it. These are the kinds of problems I hate the most, but it's also the kinds of problems I feel the most proud of when I figure them out. But this time, I don't know, something's not right. I don't know what it is. I've looked like at everything. Yeah, I've looked at the notifiers. We went through one by one and added them all manually like half hour ago. And I'm positive that it is not the notifiers. We'll look at them anyway though, because I'm out of ideas. We'll look at every single one. Because some of these are not meant to have end notifiers. So if you see ones without end notifiers, don't freak out. It's on purpose. So we'll go through one by one. We'll check them. These all have the notifiers on them. Except, oh wait, let me just go back a few. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks... Which one's this? Yeah, that's good. That's meant to be a loop, so that's good. 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 That's fine. Yeah, like I don't see an issue with these. Oh, I missed one. That's good. So if we look at the jump end, I'm going to look at the notifiers here. It's got the start and the end. And if we go to jump and idle... Oh, moving, sorry. Yeah, it's got this, it's got them. We'll go through every one. There's like 40 animations here, but we'll check them all. And these, yeah, these, so far they've all got them. Where they're meant to have them. The loops are not meant to have an end one, because I don't want it switching that switch, the can enter transition during loops. I only want it doing when something is actually supposed to end. So that's why not all of these will have an end. Looks fine. This could come out. We have not been touching the ledge grab at all, but this should come a bit out. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I think these are all just loops. Yeah, so yeah, they all have the notifiers on them. They're all squared away. And we've tried it with even with the same animation, because I know what you're probably thinking. It's like, well, maybe the movement land, the one that plays when you're moving and you land, maybe the notifiers on that one aren't firing. But even when we replaced it with the idle land, it still skipped it, even though that the idle land works fine from the idle with the same notifiers. So it isn't that. Oh my goodness. The code is correct that handles in-air. We'll check that. Maybe there's something maybe there's an issue with that. I don't know though, because the in-air one is like, it's pretty simple. There's no way you could get that wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, this is a default Unreal. There's no way this would be wrong. But just to humor you, we'll do it. I'll do a print string of the in-air state, and we'll keep an eye on it. What's happening? I feel like this isn't it, but. Yeah, like it's true, false when we land. It looks fine. Like, well, if it was this, I know this is definitely not it, because if it was in air that was the problem, then the land the in-air animation would get stuck, but it doesn't. So it's not this. That we would never even skip, because it skips the land, but it goes to idle. We would never even get to idle at all if this is what the problem was. Is it grabbing ledge? Is grinding? No, it can't be those. This has nothing to do with these other ones. I've wondered if it's this one that has jumped, but I have doubts. We'll print string that one, because I haven't really looked at that on the print string. So it should be true whenever I hit space. So yeah, that's fine. I'm looking at it and it's changing to true whenever time I jump, but it isn't reacting. The animation blueprint itself is not reacting the way it should be, of course. But the boolean itself is fine. And then when we fall off something, it stays false. Yeah, so it's not that one either. There's like the only two booleans that are somewhat relevant, and they're both fine. Unless it's this can enter transition one. I know that this has probably got some issue with it. Because when it starts, it turns it off, and then end, it goes back to true. So then maybe there's something where it's like skipping. So it should go true for like 1 frame. Oh, it. Oh. Oh, now it's back to, wait, when did it go back to false? Oh, that gets stuck on something. And it oh, so there's something going on. There is something going on where the, oh, there's like, I don't even know what it is really. It's like during that one of the blend spaces, it's catching, this boolean is catching, and it doesn't turn back off until we stop moving. Let me look at that again. Because it says true, 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 and it should be false right now. And it's skipping the land as well, because that boolean is basically the gates to any transition that relies on the animation finishing. So when we jump, the gates go open like that, but then nothing's closing them. So then it skips anything until we get to a point where it closes them again. But I thought the whole thing with these transitions was that every animation will close the gates, but it seems to not be doing it. For what reason, I don't know, but that's gotta be what's causing it. And it's happening, let's look at the idle jump. Because it should for 1 frame say true and then go back to false immediately. So it's something during this fall, the moving fall. But it's the old one, it's this one. But this has this thing on it. It says it's got start. So I'll delete it and add it again, just to be sure. Unless there's blending on this that's skipping it. Maybe I've left blending on for this. If I go landing. Well, let me think. No, it's not there. It's the fall. It's either the jump loop or the fall loop. Which I think they both use this clip. But it's when this pose plays, it breaks. Oh, is it working now? Oh, you gotta be joking. I think it's... Oh no, is that working now? Why is it working now? All I did was delete the notify and put it back on. No way. No, it's still... No, there's still an issue. There's still an issue, I think. Yeah, no, it's still not quite there, but it's slightly better. I mean, it's not skipping the land animation now, but it is not playing the right jump. Yeah, so the land, when we jump, hold on. When we land, it goes true. Only, oh, what? But only when we're moving. When we're running. So let's replace those ones too. Oh my god, if it's literally just me having to delete and re-add the notifies, I'm gonna be so angry. So, where's running? Gabi, run. Yeah, because I've got that there. Let's add it again. Seems to be anything that with blend spaces. So now if I jump and land, it goes back to true when I land while moving for some reason. but it's fine everywhere else. What if I fall? Wait, hold on, what was that? Oh, uh-oh. I don't know, did you guys see that? Something weird just happened. The climb animation. What? Wait a second. When I wall run while jumping, it gets caught on like the jump pose? Well, that isn't very good, is it? Yeah, so if I'm jumping... Oh no, now it's fine. What in the world? What in the world? And there's one more I want to check here. It's like every 5 minutes we're finding a new problem. This is not good. I need to find this. Yeah, this has it. Okay, I just needed to check that one. But it seems to have something to do with the blend spaces for those notifies not playing when they're supposed to, but it works on the jumps just fine, so I don't know about that. But then there's this weird thing where it's getting stuck on this one when we start wall running. Which, like, why? Why on earth would you do that? Let's have a look at the graph. Because that's definitely a big no. We can't have that. Yeah, it gets... No. Wait, no. Is that right? Oh, there, I had it in the wrong... Plugged in the wrong one. Oh, now it's fine. So it gets stuck in jump start. That doesn't make any sense because there's a transition telling it right here to go to this one. When we start wall running, it goes like, hey, listen, over here, it's meant to do that. Unless the wall run boolean is not working. Let's check that one out. Oh no, wait. No, I did get something wrong. I think. Oh. It's this. I've copied the wrong state. I don't know what wall climbing is for. I mean, I probably do if I looked it up, but it should be this. Okay, I think that's fixed it. Yeah, okay, that's fixed that one. Oh. Does it still work on the climb though? Okay, that's one squashed. But it still doesn't explain the other problem we've been having for the last hour. Okay, so if I let the character run long enough, it turns the can into transition on. I wonder what happens if I unplug this fidget state and it just does it from the idle run lens space only. Do we still have that problem? No. No, okay, no. See, I don't get that, because this is now absolutely on the same state. And it's like changing its behavior based on what blend value it's at, which I've never heard of that happening. So if you look at the thing, it's on one state. If I jump and start running, it goes true and then false, even though the state hasn't changed. So what is the deal? Why is it turning to true? Why is can't enter transition? Oh, wait. So it's turning true because of the land, which it should do, but it doesn't turn itself off. There's only one theory I have of why this would work this way, and that's that the blend space is interfering with the anim notifiers. But that sounds stupid. Unreal wouldn't make it so that blend spaces could interfere with that. That'd be dumb, wouldn't it? Like, you'd never use anim notifiers if they couldn't work with blend spaces. But here, as long as I'm in the run state, it doesn't turn off. Even though the run, I know for a fact, tells it to turn off during this run animation. The first keyframe tells that boolean to turn off. And if you don't believe me, I know exactly where to find it. I know it's in there. Gabi, where is the run? Yeah, it's right here. It should turn itself off. So I'll plug this back in now. And then that will trigger that, and it's meant to turn it off. We'll breakpoint this now. This is the last. Oh, and we're gonna get a lot of pauses now, aren't we? Okay, then never mind. I can't like play the game if I have a if I have a breakpoint there. Pauses too often. I'm just trying to think. Can I like see the nodes like firing, I wonder? Oh, I can. Okay, great. I just want to see if the actual event if it gets ignored or something. It does. I think it is getting ignored. Yeah, you see how on the idle they both play at the same time, and like the start notify wins. But if I'm doing it while running, when we land, it only goes out of notify end. And it gets stuck. That is interesting. Oh no, we can't. Oh, I'm gonna have to explain this again. We can't use time remaining. There's a complicated reason why. If you want to know why, scrub back about an hour and I explain it. We can't use time remaining. Everyone says to use time remaining, and I tell you now, if it was that easy, I would have thought of it already, and we would already be past this problem, but it's not that simple. Well, we know exactly where it's hanging. We know that it is... This notify isn't playing when she runs. I'm trying to think why that would be. Unless, oh, there's one trick I can do. I don't want to do this, but there's one trick that might just, it's so stupid, but it might work. It might just work. I need to do some casting. I'll just copy this down. It's so stupid, I hate this, but... This is such a band-aid fix, but I'm out of options, so... Can I? Oh, I can assign event dispatches. Great. Oh, where's the landed event? Okay, well this will do. I'm sure there was an event landed. I could have sworn. I guess not. So if when this happens, if the previous movement mode is equal to falling, this is, I hate this, but so if that's equal to falling, and then if get movement mode why can I not get the current movement mode? I don't want to set the movement mode, I want to get the movement mode. I know that that's a thing I can do. Why is it hiding it? Okay, get movement mode. No, I gotta go deeper. Gotta get the movement components. God damn. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now we can do this on movement mode. Oh, wait, what is that gone now? Huh. So it's there, but it's not here. That's interesting. So if the current movement mode is... Oh, I hate this. But if the current mode is walking and the previous mode was falling, so when we land, then set can enter transition to false. This is so stupid. Oh wait, I gotta plug that in. So stupid, but we'll see what happens, I guess. No, it didn't fix it. You gotta be kidding me. I'm explicitly telling it when it lands. I'm explicitly telling it. Come on now. Don't be like this. Is that event even firing? Oh, yep. Well, is it firing when we land? Is that Boolean check working? Yep. It knows when we're landing, but it's not. This is still set to true for some reason. Okay. That should have done it. That should have been enough. But this variable is so stubborn. So it knows when we've landed and it goes, switches it off. No problem. But then it turns it back on. Sometimes. Yeah, now it goes back to true again. But it knows when we've landed. And when it lands, it says to turn off. Oh, no. Alright, well, let's just get rid of all that, because that's useless. Man, Unreal, this isn't funny anymore. Can you just cooperate for old time's sake? Unless there's like something in the idle that I've missed. Let me check. Gabi idle. Where's her idols? Yeah, those look fine. Gabi run. It's fine. What's the... Because this is all the animations that it could possibly be blending between, and they all have... They don't tell it to reopen. I don't get it. Wait, did I get the jog? I'm pretty sure I checked the jog. Wherever that is. Jog. Where is the jog? Here. Yeah, that has it. There's nothing telling it to turn back on. So why is it turning back on? Oh, now it's doing it for the idle as well. You betrayed me. Hold on. I think it was... No, now it's back to normal. Let me watch it, because it just for a second there, it turned it back on during the idle. Now it's fine. Now it's behaving. I don't understand. Achievement unlocked, we need to go deeper. We do. But I do not want to have to modify engine source just to get animations to work properly. It's way too far in my opinion. See here. And now it's back to false again after the fidget state. What? Fix one more pop-up. Yeah, man. It's one of those times. But I can usually get out of those situations. Why is it only this time? For just doing something as simple as animations, it's just not... Why? What have I done to deserve this? Oh no. Gabi, can you stop messing around? Quit horsing around. So that's another problem I'll have to add to the list later. Sometimes, in specific circumstances, I was just trying to look at the climb animation to see if it was going to do the thing again. And then she clips through the ledge. Lovely. I mean, at least the animation is a little bit more reliable now. At least the land animation now doesn't cancel. So we've accomplished like one thing where the land animation doesn't skip. But there's more problems. I don't know what I'm trying to work out, because there is something going on in the idle walk blend space that's switching that thing back on, but I'm literally never telling it to turn back on during any of those animations. And I'm like, what's the deal? What's happening? I just looked at all of them just a minute ago, and all of them don't have the thing that says can enter transition 2. They don't have that. They all don't have that, and they don't tell that boolean to turn on. They tell it to turn off, in fact. But then it turns on sometimes during the idle and consistently during the run, even though they're both part of the exact same blend space. Like, the state itself is the same state, but when it's blending in one way, it's what I don't know. If I unplug the speed value so it stops blending and just does the idle constantly, does it turn true there? Is it the fact that it's blending the animations at all is what's causing it? Because my game theory right now is that blend spaces are screwing this up. I get the feeling that as it's blending between the two run and idle, it's like missing, or it's doing... Well, no, that doesn't make any sense either, actually. No, screw that. Because even... worst case scenario, that I was going to say it's like missing the part where it tells it to turn off or whatever. But even so, because there's nothing telling it to turn on. So, where is that even coming from? But it seems like when I turn off the blending and just have it on one pose, it seems to work. For whatever reason. Well, let's test that theory about even more then. If I set this speed value to like 270, will it catch? Will the variable catch? Okay, it does. It catches during the walk. What if I set it to 800? So it has something to do with the blending. So I was half right. And it does it during the run as well. But I don't... Oh, but why? Literally, let me show... I'm going to show you this, so I'm not crazy, okay? You see that this is the jog. It has one anim notifier, and it says start. And this turns the thing, the boolean that we're looking at, it turns it false. If we go to the walk, same deal. The walk tells this, it calls that thing, which turns the boolean off. And then the run, it's the same deal. It turns it off. But then I look at the little thing and it says true. And I go, no, where am I telling you to turn true? See, right there, it goes true. Even though this animation says false, it goes no, false, do false. Every time the run loops back again, it goes false, false, false. Like right here, every time I see her leg moving in front, I know that anim notify is going false, 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 false. But for whatever reason, it's not doing it. Unless the actual anim notify isn't triggering on those specific animations for some reason. Yeah, so, huh. It should be showing the anim notify here, so it's like skipping over the anim notify. But if I turn the speed to 0, then it doesn't, I think. Yeah, it doesn't. Why? So it's like when the blend value is anything but 0 for the blend space, it skips the anim notify. This day just keeps getting better. If it's any value, yeah, let's try 1. If I type in a value of 1, what will happen? Okay, it's fine there. So how high of that number can I get away with before it starts to... What if I go 270? That's the walk speed. If it's on the walk speed, it skips it. So what if I go 250 or 240? It skips it. What if I go 200? It skips it. What if I do 100? Okay, it plays it at 100. Okay, well... What if I do 120? So it's like... Okay, it still works there. 160. Okay, at 160 it stops. So if I do 150, stops. So it's like if the blend value goes higher than a certain number, 120, that's the highest I can go before it just stops doing that. Why? I don't know. Because all of them, every animation it blends to has that notify on it. So it should at some point be hitting that notify. All right, well that kind of narrows it down at least. So I'm gonna plug that back in now. So the problem specifically, we've narrowed it down. It's that the anim notifies skip when the blend space value is too high. So let me look that up, because maybe someone's had that problem. Unreal, because this is surely someone has had this problem. Unreal, I'm gonna search Unreal, anim notify skips during blend space. Surely someone has had this problem. Anim notify in blend space. Okay, this looks relevant. Alright, this is exactly the same problem we have. So we can't put it... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, well let's do what this guy says then. He says we have to put them... I don't want to put them continuously, but if we just pick like halfway through and put it here... that sounds stupid, but... Because it goes to that frame, it's in a loop. It should do it. But I don't know, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's add the start notify at frame... What's half of 15? Oh, 15 doesn't divide into 2. Damn it. I guess 8 or 7. We'll do 7. So we'll just add it there. This does not seem logical, but whatever, we'll do it. Do it for you, Gabi. So we'll just do it like, I'm trying to pick like halfway in. We'll add the notify twice. I don't think this is, because if Oh, this is... I can see there's gonna be a problem still. I feel like there's gonna be some problem with this. Because I put them at the start of the animation deliberately. Because they need to... That thing needs to turn back off straight away, not halfway through the animation. What else was there? There was the walk, the jog, and the run. Did I do the run? No, yeah, okay, I've done the run. Did I do the jog? I think I did. I did. Okay, let's give that a shot. I mean... No. It half works sometimes. This is the exact problem I thought would happen. So... It has to wait until like some arbitrary point in the animation. Okay, well here's another idea then. Let's try something else. I'm gonna move this just a little, not near the middle, but just a bit after the start. That's as far as I'll go, because we can't leave it on that long. Because as you see, if we jump, land, and the land finishes, and then we jump too soon before the animations reach the middle, then we have the bug again. So it has to be literally in like a millisecond. And even this, there's still a chance of it breaking. It's still not perfect. But this is, if this is the best we can do, then I guess that it is what it is. Gabi, run. Gabi, jog. Did I do the jog? I did, and then I need to do the idle. But it works on the idle. Sometimes, anyway. Well, yeah, we'll do it on the idle as well. And then we'll just offset that by like 0.01 seconds. Let's give that a shot. So I can still see it catching a little bit. But it's like, you'd have to be like a computer to break it. Okay, that's a bit more consistent. Alright. It's not skipping the land anymore. Great. But it means if somehow we can jump in 0.01 millisecond. Oh wait, I did have it there. I had it. I just glitched it for that. I don't know how I just did that. Oh, I just saw the wrong pose show up. If you like jump too soon, it breaks. Like you have to frame perfect. It's like frame perfect. Not during the land, but the... Oh, I'm trying to get it frame perfect. Okay, I can't get it frame perfect. I'm not that good. But there is a chance that animation won't play if you frame perfect time the jump to be at the same frame as the land animation finishes. So there's that. Well, I guess that works. It's good enough, I think. It seems to play it pretty consistently. Except right there, it didn't do it. God damn it. Why didn't it do it there? I don't know if you guys saw it, but every so often it catches. Like right there, it did it. Yeah, I just got it twice in a row. It didn't play the jump correctly. God, it's so close. It is so close. We get it happening 90% of the time. But if I'm just sitting here jumping, every so often it will not play the jump. Oh, I'm afraid to try this. I don't want to try this, but I feel like I can't not let this curiosity go unsatiated. What if I lower the frame rate? Is it still gonna work? If I set the FPS to 20, is it gonna break? Actually, it works pretty okay. Because that's usually the stress test, is it'll just stop working at low frame rate. Yeah, like right there, it stopped working. Uh-huh. But now it works. There. It's so close. And then the... What? And then the land animation got stuck. It's, oh, when I have the FPS at 20. Oh, it's playing the wrong anime. Yeah, it's, oh. So it only works at above 60 FPS right now as well. That's lovely. Well, just as well I checked it. Yeah, so at lower frame rates like 20, it just doesn't, it works even less of the time. Like the chances of it working go down the lower the frame rate, which isn't acceptable. It should work the same. And then also we seem to teleport more into ledges with lower frame rate. But it's better. It's better than it was, but it's still not great. Because I'm still, every so often, like every 10 jumps, it's like catching. Like right there. I'm just gonna try and see if I can get it to happen again. Yeah, right, yeah, I got it. Got it again. I know how to time it at low, so at low frame rates I can do it. I can frame perfect it when the frame rate's lower. Yeah, I got it there. So I can, man, that sucks. God damn it. So it, I've just had enough, man. I've had enough. It's so, it seems like such a simple thing to just get working, but it makes it so impossible for no reason. What else did that forum say? I'm curious. Oh, that's it. Okay. Surely someone has come up with a better solution than this. Add the no, I don't want to add it multiple times. Because you know what I'll have to do? I'll have to add it like every frame. I'll have to add it, and I shouldn't. I mean, that would work. I hate to say it, but it would work. But I hate that that would work. Like, I hate that. That's such a lame solution, but it would work. I hate that, man. Every frame I'd have to add a notify. I'm just reading this. What does this guy say? But I'm working on another project with the same. Reached the point where I copy paste the animation plans. Okay. Well, he hasn't. Well, we've done this 100 times, haven't we? Okay, that's not helpful. But I don't want to do it like that. But if I added notify every frame, that would like band-aid up the problem so much that it would be imperceptible. Yeah, screw it. We're gonna do it. I hate you guys. God damn it. But we still have a chance that the end will get caught though. That's the only thing. The only problem with this logic. Oh, no, because then no. No, I think there's another problem that we haven't noticed. Because... So the problem is, if I edit every frame on the frame... If I edit every frame on the frame... it'll skip one frame. So the actual delay will be more, but the overall chance of it catching after the start is less. But the chance of it catching at the beginning is slightly greater. So I don't think, there's gotta be a better way. I still don't really think that that's gonna, I think I'm not gonna like that solution still. There's still gonna be some issues with it. What is this? Trigger weight thresholds. Oh. Maybe this is the answer. Let's look at the trigger weight thresholds. What if I set that to 0? Yeah, I think this might be more like what I want. So this, what does the documentation say? Determines how much weight the animation needs to trigger the notify. So if I set it to 0, it means it'll always trigger, right? That's my game theory. So we'll do that not for the end, because I don't want it to do it there, but maybe at anywhere where it says start, I'm gonna do it at 0. Because that should always, at every opportunity, play. That's my theory. What is queued? Montage tick type. Trigger notifies as they are encountered. Suitable for changing sections. What's queued? Queues notifies and trigger them at the end of the evaluation phase. I'm gonna change it to branching point. I don't know what that does. Does it have something here? Oh, here we go. When using montage notifies, this property determines how the notify is ticked and executed regards to its accuracy and sequential ordering. You can select either queued, less precise, asynchronous, but more performant ticking method. Ticking this if you are okay with minor frame inaccuracy. Well, we aren't, so we're gonna pick the other one. Branching point, more precise, high cost ticking. Select this if you want to ensure your notify executes within the maximum frame accuracy. Yeah, I want that. I want that one. So I'm going to set the weight to 0 and the branching point. So I'll have to go through again, one by one. That has to do it. That has to do it, right? Surely. That has to be it, right? I hope so. This is the only thing I haven't touched is these settings. I think that branching point is the solution for one problem at least. Well, I guess that's better than no problem, so I'll take it. It's better than 0. Oh my god, my throat is so sore, man. If you don't use blending, you don't need the anim BP, you can do it. No, you don't want to do it with all montages. Because then we can't get it. Because we do need some of these blend spaces in. So that way, when you're like moving, if you're on a gamepad and if you move the joystick slightly, you can actually jog instead of full sprint, and you can't do that with an anim. So set that up with anim notifiers would be worse. I know this looks bad. This is hell. But trying to do this all with anim notifiers would be much worse. I can tell you that right now. There'll be spaghetti somewhere else. Anim notified, oh sorry, anim montages, it's not really meant for this sort of thing. That has to do it, take 4, shut up. Shut up, it will work. It will work this time. I'm not nuts. Okay, it will work. It has to work. How's it going? Ah, not great. Not great, but I can't be going great all the time now, can it? I'm just so over. I want to just quit and I want to throw this game in the bin right now, but I'm not going to do that. That would be a disappointing end. That would be cringe, so we're not going to do that. But animation problems, I didn't understand how serious and troublesome just getting the animations to play properly would be. Because Unreal does a lot of this trickery over the top. It does a lot of this auto blending stuff that I don't want. And it turns out if the engine is not really designed for you to turn that off, as I'm learning. It makes it hell for you if you don't do it their way. And I don't want to do it there. I want no blending in my animations, except for like the blend space stuff, but I don't want them transitioning. But Unreal really wants me to add the transitions, and I keep saying no, I don't want that. But, you know. Is that all? I think I'm almost finished with this one. This will be like the last thing I think I feel like trying. Because the thing is, I know that this whatever I'm trying to do is possible because Arc System devs did it. So if they were able to get rid of blending and have the animations always play right, which you would really need for their games, if they can do it, surely I can do it, right? Like I don't. That doesn't seem like something you'd need to be a 20-year veteran to figure out, right? Oh, it's still not really doing it even. I saw it glitch out just there. Yeah, there we go. We got it to break again. So that didn't accomplish anything, all of that. And if I set the frame rate lower again... Well, yeah, the land animation catches for some reason. And yeah, the jump doesn't... We got it. If I frame perfect time it, the wrong jump animation plays. Yeah, so that didn't accomplish anything. That's so, like, why not though? Like, that should have worked. Because it literally changes how it perceives ticks. It like goes, yeah, it branches and queues up differently, and we've now made it even more precise, and we've increased the weight at which it would do it. But like, we've lowered all those thresholds and everything to make it easier for them to play the notifies, and it still doesn't do it. Just gonna read the rest of this. This looks like a UE5. Yeah, this was the UE5 docs. I mean, it should work the same anyway. Oh, I've got, yeah, the min trigger weight's there. Well, that didn't work. Why is it so hard to add notifiers to stuff? I just have them play consistently. I don't get what's so hard about that. What's this, though? Oh, that's a montage notify window. What's the, oh, is this what I want? Montage notify window operates similarly to notify states in that notify operates over duration. Oh, that seems kind of wasteful though. It requires playing, oh, this only works with montages. So never mind. That won't work here. It's a sync marker. Okay, this is other stuff. Oh, what's this? Notify state. Okay, maybe this... I don't want to do this, but... maybe. I'm desperate enough. So, notify state. I still don't... I don't know, man. But I can't add a new one anyway. Like, it literally doesn't give me the option to add one. New. I go new notify. Go add notify state. Yeah, it doesn't show up. I think that's only for particles. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, it only gives you a set amount. You can't create custom states, I don't think. I'm out of ideas now. I'm out of ideas. All I want is for her to move normally and look stylish all the time, but that's impossible, as I'm now seeing. I just want it so that when she jumps, she does the same jump all the time, consistently. But no, it will not. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that. But yeah, even at this frame rate, I'm at the normal frame rate, not even at 20 frames, and it's like I can get it to glitch out with the animations playing the wrong one. You'll see when she starts diving forward with her arms. That's how you know it's the wrong one. Not this one. It seems to be. I just got it there. I'm just trying to figure out what, because I still, one thing, even after doing all that, one thing we still never learned was why it's setting the gate back to true. Oh no, we did learn that. It was because, no, yeah, sorry, I'm going in circles. It was because the animation, the movement, the idle move blend space was canceling the notify to close that boolean to turn it off. And it seems like even changing the notify properties is still skipping over the blend, albeit a little bit less. Oh my god. I mean, now it's at least a bit better, but it's still not consistent. Yeah, I've literally set the threshold to 0. So I'm pretty sure when you set it to 0, that's like the softest level you could possibly go, right? I don't know. No, I don't think Art System built their own animation system. I don't think so. I think what you might be referring to is that they modified the engine to add bone scaling. They did do that, but Unreal 4 has that in the box already. But I don't think they would have made their own animation system. Because it just, like, how would you even do that? I don't know, maybe, Let me look that up now, because now you got me curious. Arc System Works, custom animation system. I've never heard them mention this. I just want to see if my video comes up here in the comments. Okay, it's just all the CG workshop stuff, GDC talk. But yeah, so there's no results for the animation system. And I didn't hear them mention anything about that in the talk. And this is not Arc System Works, this is some guy. What's this? Oh, so this is completely unrelated, but this is such a funny question when you know how the characters are made. Does anyone else get the joke? Does anyone else find this funny the same way I find this funny? Animation pipeline? Well, I think I'm already using their pipeline, aren't I? A plugin? I don't think so. This should just be something the engine does. Thanks, Oopsies. I think it's a lovely animation too, but I just need it to play all the time. That's all I want. I just want it to play when it's supposed to play. But that's it. We've literally been sitting here for the last like 2 hours and we can't get it to do it. Problem solving? Yeah, lots of problem solving. But yeah, so the reason I find this funny is I do remember seeing, I'm just going to go on a little quick tangent to give my brain a chance to calm down, but I remember looking at, it was like a Q&A or a dev diary thing from Arc System Works, and it was the Dragon Ball game they were doing, and they were talking about how excited they were about the Dragon Ball FighterZ campaign or something. And literally all of the comments are complaining, why aren't there more DLC heroes type stuff? But it's like, if these gamer Andys knew how long it took them to make one character, they would not be whinging about lack of bonus characters and skins and stuff. Because that's why I find this so funny, because this question, why don't they have more skins? Does anyone here actually give a good answer? Oh, here we go. An actual good answer. Unique, yeah. It's so like over the top that it's like making alternate skins just takes so long. So I'm glad someone gets it here. Because yeah, in the comments for this video, it was like on their official channel, and literally everyone was just whinging, going, we need more skins, more characters. And it's like, well, you're gonna have to wait 10 months for 2 more characters, buddy. Because, you know, it's quite a lot of work, even for them. So I kind of hope someday more people get sort of how much work that was for them, but probably won't happen. But yeah, this jump, it only plays, we've got it like 90% of the time it will play it, but just then it didn't. I don't know, it's hard to notice if you aren't really paying attention, but it is not doing it sometimes. And the reason why I'm like hung up on this is because no game I have ever played has had this issue. So I believe that it must be something simple. I have never played a game that had that issue. So there's the expectation, just for me and probably for you, that this game won't have that issue. Because what game have you played that has had that issue? So I feel very motivated to get to the bottom of what that is, because no one expects the animations to only play half the time. Because that, like, who expects that? Like, it's such a weird problem that I've never seen anyone else have. So I have to believe that, well, even if there isn't a way, like there has to be, but it has to get solved just on the principle of that if it isn't solved, it's gonna look off and people are gonna go, why does this one game have this problem when no other game has it? That's the thing that I don't want. But I'm out of ideas. I have no idea. We've read every relevant bit here about notifiers and there is nothing helpful. Yeah, see, exactly, you haven't played a game that's had it. Neither have I. I haven't played that many games though, to be fair, but everyone I have played does not have that problem. Do I use any third-party plugins? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever really needed plugins. I mean, for Blender, I'm using some plugins, but for Unreal, I think there's one I'm using for the loading screen system, and that's it, I think. Part of the reason there too is I know that I'm not confirming anything here, but I've been told that if you ever want to do console porting, the less plugins you have, the better, because a lot of people that write plugins do not factor in that compatibility. So that's what I've been told by Epic anyway. And I just haven't really had the need to find more plugins. But I don't know, maybe... It seems like such a niche thing to make a plugin. Like, for someone to have made a plugin to fix this problem, I don't know, I'm kind of in disbelief. I don't think that would exist. But I might go, maybe someone else has had that issue and maybe it exists. But I'm not gonna hold my breath for it. But I'll have a look around in my own time and see. Did you say you wanted to create a look, man, I've had enough. I'm tired, boss. So I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of needing to create a state at all, because a state is going to constantly do that, and it doesn't sound efficient performance-wise, because it basically means that on tick, it's going to be turning that boolean off all the time, when it doesn't need to all the time. It just needs to do it once. So I don't like the idea, but if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. But yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm tired, boss. So I'm just gonna save all that. Well, just as well, I mean, good thing we found that now and not post-release, if you know what I'm saying. Do I want to save all that? I do. And I'll save the Blender file. But yeah, thanks for watching me suffer. I hope that was fun. I hope you enjoyed it. I sure didn't. Oh, tomorrow's Friday. I have to stream tomorrow too. Can I just work on... Can I come up with something else to work on? Because I don't want to touch this ever again. But I have to stream tomorrow. So... what can I do that's not this? Maybe I'll come up with something. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I can do more stuff out of engine. Possibly. We might be able to do stuff out of it. I do not want to touch Unreal ever again. So I don't want to do that tomorrow. So we'll be back for more Blender or something else tomorrow. Same time. Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for watching me beat myself to death over here. If you enjoyed watching this onslaught of problem solving, consider supporting the channel through YouTube, Twitch, or Patreon. If you do it through Patreon, you get exclusive merch, so that's something. Speaking of exclusive merch, because I do have the mug, and I'm gonna go pour myself something hot in my Project Feline mug right now. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow for more gladiator combat in Unreal. See you next time.